Good evening. I'm Dr. Aaron Spence, Superintendent of Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I'm calling this School Board Annual Organizational Meeting to order at 6 p.m. on this 11th day of January 2022. Serving as Chair Pro Tem in accordance with School Board Bylaw 1-37 until a chair is elected. Pursuant to the Virginia State Health Commissioner's Order of Public Health Emergency Statewide Requirement to wear masks in K-12 schools issued August 12, 2021, and the Virginia Acts of Assembly Number 1303, Chapter 456, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC's guidance for K-12 schools, and the School Board's 2021-22 reopening plan adopted August 10, 2021, is determined that physical distancing will continue to be used in school board chambers as a health mitigation strategy. Therefore, there will be designated public seating in chambers during the school board meeting. Members of the public will also be able to observe the school board meeting through live streaming on www.vbschools.com, broadcast on VBTV Channel 47, and on Zoom. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Madam Clerk, please now note for the record all school board members who are present for today's meeting.
Yes, sir. School board members include Mrs. Anderson, Mrs. Felton, Mrs. Franklin, Mrs. Holt, Mrs. Hughes, Mrs. Manning, Mrs. Melnick, Mrs. Briggs, Mrs. Weems, and Mrs. Wright. And also we have Mrs. Owens in the Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, if you will please join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm now going to proceed to describe the nomination and voting procedure for the chair and vice chair. Please note that this year, due to the health mitigation protocols required to conduct the in-person meeting, the normal school board procedure of voting electronically will not be able to take place, and instead colored cards will be used. The following procedure is going to be used. Any school board member may nominate a candidate for chair. Nomination does not require a second. Any school board member making a nomination may discuss her nomination at that time. Other school board members will be allowed to discuss that nomination, make another nomination, or make other comments concerning any of the nominations. School board members are requested to keep comments to under 5 minutes. School board members who have not yet spoken during a round of voting have the right to comment or make a nomination before a school board member who has already spoken during that round of voting has the opportunity to speak a subsequent time. After a school board member has made a comment or a nomination, I will ask if there are any other nominations for chair, and when no further nominations are made, I'll call for any final discussion of the candidates. If there's no further discussion, then I will close the call for nominations. Nominees will each draw for a color. Each school board member has been provided with colored pieces of paper that will correspond to the candidates assigned to that color. The clerk will announce the names of all candidates for the position of chair of the school board for each round and the color assigned to each candidate. Each school board member will hold up the color of the candidate that they vote for each round, and the clerk will count the votes for each nominee and announce the votes for each nominee and which board members voted for each. It will be necessary for a candidate to receive a majority vote of those school board members present to be elected chair. We will repeat the voting as many times as necessary to obtain a majority of vote for one candidate. Same procedure will apply if there's a tie vote. After each round of voting, school board members may nominate additional candidates if no candidate receives a majority vote during the prior round. When repeated balloting is necessary, candidates nominated remain under consideration unless those nominations are withdrawn by the nominator or the candidate. Should new candidates be nominated during any round, the clerk will assign a new color or a color that was previously assigned to a candidate no longer under consideration. The clerk will announce the color assigned to each candidate when this situation arises. When one candidate receives a majority vote of those school board members present, I will declare that candidate the chair, and the duly elected chair will then conduct the remainder of the business on the agenda. Please note that school board members will not change seating assignments at tonight's meeting. School board members will have new seating assignments beginning on January 25th, 2021. So are there any objections, motions, or questions concerning this procedure? Hearing none, I will proceed to call for any nominations for chair. Mrs. Anderson.
This past 2 years has been tremendously difficult. In fact, I would venture to say it has been the most difficult time in this board's history, even compared to the times in the 1990s when the whole board had to resign. Mrs. Rye has been a steady leader that we could count on. Many people don't realize how many emails we get, but we hear from both sides of the issues. Therefore, with the COVID issues over the past 2 years, we've had thousands of emails, and as chair, Mrs. Rye has been steadfast in answering all the correspondences on our behalf. Her emails have been factual and informative to our constituents. Of course, that's just one of the duties of the chair, and we all know her duty to keep order in our meetings has been extremely difficult also at times. Therefore, I am nominating Mrs. Rye for the position as chair of this school board because we need her continued leadership for another year. We need a leader that we can depend on, who is present at all our meetings and represents a solid foundation of professionalism to the public. Mrs. Rye exemplifies the professional and intellectual leadership that is expected as the chair of the Virginia Beach Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments about that nomination or other nominations? Mrs. Manning.
Yes, I would like to nominate Carolyn Weems for chair. Ms. Weems has been on the board for a while and understands the process and procedures. She's also a very highly respected board member by most of us here. I think she does a great job of trying to listen to all sides. She's also very highly respected by members of the public, our elected leaders throughout the city and state. And I think that she would make a phenomenal chair to help unite this very divided board. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or other nominations? With no further nominations, ma'am, I'm going to call one last time for any final discussion of the candidates. With that, I will close the call for nominations. We have two nominees for the position of chair. That's Mrs. Rye and Mrs. Weems. Madam Clerk, if you could please get those two candidates to draw a color. All right, so for the record, Madam Clerk, if you could announce the names of the candidates for chair and the color that's been assigned to each of them. Can you put your microphone on, please?
For the chair, there's Mrs. Weems, and she has green. And the other chair voted for is Ms. Rye. She has red.
Excellent. So at this time, if you could please vote by holding up the color of the candidate that you are voting for. Madam Clerk, please count those votes.
What about Mrs. Owens?
We'll ask. Mrs. Owens, how do you vote? Red for Mrs. Rye, green for Mrs. Weems.
Red.
I didn't hear what she said.
Madam Clerk, when you're ready, if you could announce the votes for each nominee and which school board members voted for each.
Mrs. Owens?
She voted red.
Red? Oh, okay. Okay, never mind, I have it, thank you. The count for chair, Mrs. Weems, who is green. The votes were for Mrs. Owens, Mrs. Hughes, Mrs. Manning, and Mrs. Franklin. I thought I said
Going to be
green.
Weems, Manning, Franklin, and Hughes.
Oh, I apologize. Weems, Manning, Franklin, and Hughes for the color of green. And for the color of red, which was for Mrs. Rye, we have Mrs. Rye, Mrs. Melnick, Mrs. Anderson, Mrs. Felton, Mrs. Holt, Ms. Owens, and Ms. Riggs. The count was 7-4, with Mrs. Rye winning the chair.
That concludes that vote with majority vote of those school board members present with 7-4. Mrs. Rye has been the duly elected chair of the school board, and with that, I will return the gavel to Mrs. Rye to conduct the remainder of the business with appreciation.
I thank you all. I think there's comments that I will reserve for another time and place. We have so many important topics on our agenda tonight that we need to focus on. But I'm grateful for the support and will continue to be to lead and to listen to all colleagues and all our stakeholders. So with that, please give me a moment here. That brings us now to the election of school board vice chair. The school board will follow a similar election procedure for vice chair that it followed for the election of chair. Any school board member may nominate a candidate for vice chair and may discuss her nomination at that time. I will now call for nominations for vice chair. Mrs. Riggs.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Melnick, and I would like to nominate her because she has done a good job, actually a great job, collaboratively with the rest of the school board, with our chair, with our administrators, the school board, and with the community and teachers as well. She's a hard worker. She is a community server. She is out there with the community, our teachers, our students, and she's very supportive of the services that we provide. She provides services to our schools and our children as well, from her husband's company. The things that she has done and worked with to continue supporting the school system have been phenomenal. So I support Mrs. Melnick and nominate her.
Thank you. Any discussion or additional nominations? Mrs. Weems.
Yes, I would like to nominate Laura Hughes as vice chair. The vice chair's main job is to be able to help the chair run a meeting. Mrs. Hughes knows how to run a meeting. She is fair. She is level-minded. As a lawyer, she knows all about policies and procedures. And so we need someone in one of those two seats that is going to be fair and listen to everybody and make sure things are put on the agenda appropriately, et cetera. And so, again, it would give us a chance to get this divided board, a representation from each side of this board. So I would hope that some of my colleagues could support that.
Any discussion or further nominations? Okay, hearing no further nominations or discussion, I now call for votes on the nomination for vice chair.
Red for Mrs. Hughes and green for Mrs. Melnick.
Could you please announce, Deputy Clerk, the colors assigned?
Yes, the nominees are Mrs. Melnick, and her color is green, and Mrs. Hughes, and her color is red.
Okay, so I will now call on the nominations for vice chair. Can you conclude?
At this time, ask school board members to raise the color for the candidate that they're voting for.
All right, so school board members are to raise the red card for Mrs. Hughes, did I get that right? And the green card for Mrs. Melnick? Okay, please proceed.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
Ms. Melnick, I don't know what color that was.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, for Mrs. Melnick, who is in green, who voted for her was Ms. Rye, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Felton, Mrs. Holt, Mrs. Owens, and Mrs. Riggs. For Mrs. Hughes, who her color was red, the individuals voting for her was Mrs. Franklin, Mrs. Manning, Mrs. Weems, and Mrs. Hughes. The final count is 7 for Mrs. Melnick, 4 for Mrs. Hughes. Mrs. Melnick has been elected vice chair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk, and congratulations, Mrs. Melnick. Okay, we will proceed with their additional organization matters. So that brings us to appointment of clerk and deputy clerk of the board. So I need a motion to approve. Well, we should
Madam Chair, I'm
We-
asking you to approve my recommendation for Mrs. Toniato to continue to serve as the clerk of the board and Mrs. Kipe to continue to serve as the deputy clerk of the board for the next school year.
Thank you. You understood my pause. Okay, now a motion to approve as noted by our
I make the
superintendent.
motion.
And a second?
Second. Or whoever.
Well, Mrs. Hughes. All right, any discussion? All right, then all in favor, kindly show a raised hand.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Madam Chair, we have a majority vote. It's unanimous.
So congratulations to you and Ms. Toniato.
Thank you.
Not present today, and I, for the benefit of the public, these are annual organization matters by state code that we need to address. The final is our schedule of meetings for January 2022 through June 2023, which has been shared previously with the school board. Motion to approve. Mrs. Holtz, a second. Mrs. Franklin. Discussion. Okay, Mrs. Hughes and then Mrs. Manning.
Might be the same question. Actually, we're just wondering if that first meeting we're just wondering if that first meeting in June is on a primary day, and if it is, and there's gonna be a problem, should we go ahead and address it now?
I couldn't find it on the Department of Elections website. I couldn't find the date.
I think it is, but it's the second Tuesday. I think it's usually the second. Is it?
If I recall, the June 1st meeting is a Monday because of graduations, but I have
No,
to
it
admit I
is
don't.
scheduled on a Tuesday.
But that's the second. It's June 13th.
Oh, it is? Oh, if it's on a Monday, it doesn't matter. I thought it said the 14th on there. Right. But is our meeting on Monday or Tuesday?
June 13th is on a Monday.
Yeah, you put it on.
Okay, so June 13th.
Good to go.
But
Never mind, just want to be
appreciate-
proactive.
Appreciate the question.
And just for the record, in case it comes up, June 6th is also on a Monday, so that may actually be the one before primary.
And maybe now's the time because I didn't, when I saw it yesterday, I forgot to pick up the phone and call. But I believe it was affirmed at our last meeting that we're going to have 2 budget hearings in March. And I don't think they're both noted on the format that was presented to us. The 15th, the second meeting, and again, I apologize, I just don't have my laptop booted up.
Your meeting in March is a special meeting for the adoption of the budget. That'll be
so I
on
meant
March 1st.
February.
So I think you meant February.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. And yes, we have a special meeting for a hearing on the 15th of February. You'll also have a hearing on the 8th of February,
And
which
I
is a
think it's
regular
the
meeting
8th
date.
where it's not noted.
It's only not noted because it's not a special meeting. It's a regular meeting.
It's on the cover sheet, it's just not highlighted as a special meeting because it's a regular meeting.
Okay. Mrs. Manning.
I looked again, it is June 14th is our scheduled meeting. So then that is a Tuesday.
No, what you're doing on this is adopting your budget, or your calendar as being different from what you originally published. So if you look at your cover sheet, you've got June 13th, Monday
I don't have a cover sheet.
on your agenda. It should be on the agenda. It should be page 7 on the agenda.
Page 7.
We don't have a hard copy. She's referring to the posted agenda, right, Mrs. Linetti?
Yeah, the full agenda on.
The agenda
items
packet.
that- the cover- Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule of meetings on the school board website, and it says June 14th.
That's what you adopted last time when you adopted it out. This is you're correcting for the rest of the year. So you adopt out a year. So you're making the correction on this cover sheet. You're going to change it from Tuesday, June 13th to June 14th rather than what you initially adopted.
Change it from the 13th to the 14th?
No,
And
the
I'm
four-
sorry, the 14th back to the 13th.
Okay, all right.
When you adopted it last year, you had the 14th. When you looked at your schedule this year, you're changing it to
Okay, yeah,
arrange
that's
that.
great. I didn't have it in front of me, so, thank you.
So all places on the website would be adjusted
They can't be
accordingly.
adjusted until you adopt a new.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, then, all in favor of the schedule of meetings as presented in the agenda packet, kindly show a raised hand.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. The vote was unanimous for the schedule of meetings January 2022 through June 2023.
Thank you all. So that brings us back to the traditional formal meeting items. No public awards or recognitions this evening, so that brings us to item 9, adoption of the agenda. Any modifications to the agenda? Okay,
Madam Chair, you may want to note that you've added a couple things that are on the published agenda. We talked about, in the consent agenda, you've added one or two things, if you want to note that. The principal's recognition, yes.
For the record, there is a Principals Week resolution added since the agenda was originally posted, although the posted version was also updated over the weekend, if I recall correctly.
Correct. If they haven't seen it, it was updated over the weekend, that should change.
Thank you. All right, anything else then? All right, so all in favor of the adoption of the agenda, kindly show a raised hand.
Do we have a
Madam
motion? We
Chair.
need a motion and a second.
Oh, we didn't do that yet. Okay. Motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Melnick a second. Okay. So any further discussion? Okay. Kindly show a raised hand for approval.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Mrs. Owens has her hand up. Oh, now it's removed. Thank you.
So can you please confirm the vote?
She said.
The
I
vote,
voted yes.
yes, thank you. The vote was unanimous.
All right, thank you. Superintendent monthly report will be next meeting. So we are now up to approval of 2 sets of meeting minutes, beginning with the December 20th, 2021 special school board meeting. Any modification to these minutes? All right, hearing none, motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, a second. Mrs. Franklin. So please, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Madam Chair, there's a unanimous decision that December 20th school board meeting minutes have been approved.
Thank you. And the December 21st regular school board meeting, item 11B, this was the final meeting of the calendar year. Any modifications to the minutes? All right then, a motion to approve? Mrs. Anderson, a second? Second for the minutes? Okay, I'm sorry, Mrs. Melnick, I'm looking beyond you.
Yeah, I thought so.
All right, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the vote was unanimous at the regular school board meeting of December 21st minutes be approved.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us to the public comment portion of our meeting. And the school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K to 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. Persons not called to the podium to address the school board are asked to be respectful of speakers so that the board and persons observing the meeting are able to hear and observe each speaker's comments. Persons signed up to speak will be called up 3 at a time. We ask that the speaker proceed to line up when first called. For speakers outside of chambers, staff will bring them into the hallway to line up. In-person student speakers will be called first, followed by student speakers participating through Zoom or telephone. After the student speakers, in-person speakers will be called, followed by speakers participating through Zoom or telephone. We ask that you begin speaking once your name is called. As a reminder, speakers have 3 minutes to present and will be given a 30-second warning before time expires. We're asked to, you may want to refer to the online tracker to keep track of your time. And once that time has expired, we ask that you cease making remarks, and leave the podium to allow the next speaker queued to speak. If a speaker is not present when called or not online when called, the board, at its sole discretion, may allow that speaker to speak at the end of the public comment session. In accordance with our newly amended bylaws, we will suspend public comments at 8 o'clock to hold the information session of the meeting agenda, and then would return to public comments prior to consent and action sessions of the meeting. And as always, the school board invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. So with that, Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please introduce the first speaker of the evening?
Yes, ma'am. The first three speakers for this evening are students. It's Jenna Morris, Caroline Nelson, and Uray Emajuru.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Jenna Morris, and I'm a sophomore at Kellam High School. I'm here tonight to suggest that if you are going to implement flexible scheduling, then it should be truly flexible. Due to my time limits, I'm only going to mention 3 key concerns and then offer a possible suggestion to meet all student needs. First, the 4x4 restricts the amount of time that students have to get help with work. When I have a question for a class that I have on A days, I have a day in between courses to email my teacher, ask my peers, or get tutoring. However, if that same class were to be on a 4x4, I would only have an afternoon to reach out for help, assuming that the teacher is even available. Second, the 4x4 reduces the amount of time for teacher feedback. The amount of time that teachers have to grade tests, assignments, and papers is cut in half. Last year, teachers were often forced to give unit tests before students were given back our formative assignments. There were several occasions last year where I was given a unit test before I even knew if I fully understood the information. Finally, and most importantly, many courses move too quickly on a 4x4. When a course moves too quickly, students either give up or the teachers reduce the amount of information and work that is given. In both of these scenarios, the learning suffers. I am thankful that AP and dual enrollment courses would remain on the AB schedule. However, why should advanced classes and core classes be treated differently? Any student can struggle. The pace of trying to complete recovery while keeping up with the current work would become even more frustrating on a 4x4. Especially now, since we are being told to choose 8 classes with no study blocks. This leaves a struggling student with even less time to catch up. I recognize that there are benefits to flexible scheduling, and there are still ways to provide students with these opportunities. For example, you could give students and teachers the option of how they want the class, and then create sections for both 4x4 and AB preferences. A course doesn't have to be an either-or thing. The schedule could be designed around student needs. I'd like to close by sharing what concerns me the most. Students were never asked for our opinion. I know many people who I have talked to would rather keep the AB schedule. However, the majority of people don't even know this is happening. There's no real data for how students feel about this, simply because we were never asked. Please take the time to find out what is possible and desirable on the part of the students. Allow us the flexibility to choose how we want to learn.
30 seconds.
Good evening.
Wait to be introduced. Okay.
Sorry.
The next speaker is Caroline Nelson, then it's Uray Emajuru, and then Natalie Rash.
Okay. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Nelson, and I am a sophomore at Kellam High School. The day to register classes is coming up soon, so recently a lot of my friends and I have been working on choosing our classes for next year. BBCPS is full of students with different plans for their futures. Kids who want to work straight out of high school, join the military, or attend college. It is my hope that whatever schedule we choose, it will benefit everyone, no matter what their plans are for after high school, by including study blocks, providing continuity, and considering the needs of military students. The proposed schedule for next year could have negative effects on gifted students like myself. I have always had big plans for my future, and I act accordingly with my schedule. This year I am taking 2 AP classes in math analysis without a study block, and I am quickly realizing how overwhelming that can be, especially when I am staying after school 5 days a week for various activities. Next year my schedule will be on a whole new level. I will be taking 5 college-level classes. I knew that with managing these classes on top of theater and mock trial, it would be crucial to take a study block just to have an hour and a half out of my day to tackle the amount of homework that I know I'll have. If we were to have a schedule without study blocks, it would make it so much harder for students like me who challenge themselves with hard classes to take what they want and maintain good grades. I might even have to take a break from some of my favorite after-school activities if it gets to be too much, which would hurt my chances of getting into colleges I want to go to. One advantage of taking full-year classes is retaining information, and students can forget a lot doing 4x4 style classes. This becomes a huge problem when the classes build upon one another, such as languages and math. By the time I started Spanish 4 in the second semester of last year, most of my classmates and I had forgotten what we had learned in Spanish 3. We had to relearn topics in order to move on to the more advanced subjects. This meant that I had to learn new things in an even shorter amount of time, and this year, taking AP, I am realizing that a lot of the new information didn't stick. When taking 4x4 style classes, a huge problem arises when students move to or from Virginia Beach. Last January, a close friend of mine moved to Virginia Beach and was forced to drop all of her elective classes to fit in the required math, English, social studies, and science. Unfortunately, this also meant that she had to drop PE, which is also required for graduation, and German, which she needed to prepare for the next level, which she took this year. According to the VBCPS website, 25% of the students have parents in the military, which means we would have a lot
30
more
seconds.
students moving during the year than most school districts. It's not fair to cause them more stress with a schedule that doesn't fit their needs. My hope for next year is that high schoolers will have a schedule that fits their needs in order to learn and grow, no matter what their post-graduation plans are. As you cast your vote, please consider the students like me who are taking hard classes and doing extracurriculars and might not have a study block. The importance of providing continuity from one math or language class to the next, and the military kids. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ure Amajuru and then Natalie Raj.
Welcome.
Hello. I first wanted to say you guys did really good, and I agree with you, so I third all that they said. I'm Uriah Majuru, a student at Princess Anne High School, and unfortunately my name and statements are being used against me, so I wanted to first clear something up about my experience at the school board. No one mentioned at previous school board meetings indoctrinated me. It was news articles that told me about the cases of harassment. Speaking of harassment, one thing I noticed about when a parent or citizen speaks is that they are not safe here. A citizen who frequently speaks here posted a picture of a woman named Melissa Luxon. The comments were calling her names such as the B word, C word, calling her a freak, and mentally stunted. The conversations here is not setting a good example for students, and is a prime reason as for why we need more education on how to communicate in an inclusive, rational, and productive manner. The environment that school board discourse fosters is not a safe one, and I believe that there should be more security measures to put in place to fully embrace fair and just expression. I am very happy that I have somewhat thick skin, but to be called a liar and to have voice recordings of me played, I cannot see this room as a safe space for all opinions and for students. As for the gun safety clause, I highly doubt that in the case that the parents who constantly talk about me as an indoctrinated Marxist liar would protect me rather than their fellow friends. I want the new year to be different than how it's been. It doesn't feel safe, and you guys have the power to make that happen. As for the COVID-19 situation, my mom, a healthcare worker in the pediatric field, was sitting here with me last meeting, and she could not believe the misinformation being spread, such as that there were no deaths under the age of 18 from the coronavirus. Every day, I hear of new students and teachers out due to COVID-19, and I believe that there can be an increase in strategies to keep us safe if virtual school is out of the question, such as providing the right masks, and providing more resources for students and teachers who are out due to COVID-19. I know this time is hard for us, but please speak to the right people so the situation can be handled. Last meeting, people didn't even know about the winter surge, but the healthcare workers did. It is important to have the right people with the right information so that we can have a safe environment. Thank you.
The last student speaker is Natalie Rash.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Natalie and I'm a fourth grader. I would like to talk about masks. I don't like masks because, for one, it makes me really hot and sweaty, and if I try to take it down to catch a breath, my teachers will yell at me. Another reason is that I get nose acne. I also get nosebleeds almost every day, but I don't get them on weekends because I'm not forced to wear a mask. Another reason is because I can't hear my friends when they're talking, and I have to ask them to repeat themselves multiple times. Lastly, I have cough and asthma, and the masks just make my coughing worse for me. And these are some reasons why I hate masks. I just want to be a normal kid again.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next three speakers, Kathleen Slindy, Dawn Euman, and Lindsay Bohan.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Kathleen Slindy, and I serve as the president of the Virginia Beach Education Association. The workshop discussion acknowledged that VBCPS has seen an exodus of personnel. I want to share 3 things I believe will help recruit and retain education professionals and encourage people to enroll in teacher preparation programs, agreeing with much of the workshop presentation and discussion. The first thing is to raise salaries and pay scales, aligning them with professions requiring similar education. Restructuring them so that education employees, degreed graduates, can work with VBCPS receiving a salary or pay rate that allows them to live, to build a career, and to thrive in Virginia Beach, Mid-career and late-career teachers would also benefit from this and would choose to stay. This requires changing budgeting priorities, and its importance in maintaining the current workforce for schools and building the next generation of professional educators and support professionals cannot be overemphasized. Changes in benefits can also help recruit and retain employees. Your recent review of the health benefits revealed VBCPS as 8th out of 10 when compared with similar and regional school districts. Improving employees' benefits to better fit their needs is necessary, and your employees are glad to see that it is being addressed, and we want to have a voice in the decisions that are being made. Potential employees, we know, are comparing these details along with the cost of living when making a decision to come here. And lastly, changes that respect educators' time and establish realistic expectations for the contracted workday and changes to the calendar will also help. The contract hours for employees should be respected. The planning time currently allotted in many cases is not sufficient. The early release days helped, but had some unintentional consequences that added stress for some employees while actually helping others. There is no easy answer, but we ask you to look for one. Calendar changes may also help staff. Next year's calendar must give staff work days for transitioning at the end of one quarter and beginning the next. And also aligning schedules with neighboring districts will help with morale and retention. In closing, these changes will help make working conditions and contracts a selling point for VBCPS recruitment. To that end, the VBA asked the school board to learn more about the opportunity for growth and excellence that collective bargaining offers Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Give employees a greater role in the decision-making processes and make VBCPS the school division professional educators and support professionals will want to join. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Dawn Euman, Lindsay Bohan, Dan Fair.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Euman. I'm a high school math teacher and secretary of the Virginia Beach Education Association. I begin by thanking each of you and senior leadership for your service. This is a challenging time for everyone who is in the business of education. Last meeting, I witnessed firsthand the personal attacks you and senior leadership have endured for quite a while. You gracefully and patiently listened as disgruntled community members accused you of being power-hungry, hypocritical, and guilty of not acting in the best service of students. You will never make everyone happy, and it is abundantly clear that you have angered plenty of people. While everyone is entitled to their feelings and opinions, I don't believe it is appropriate to behave the way some have behaved in these chambers. There's never an excuse to be rude or unkind. I applaud you for your poise and composure. I thank you for your service, and I can honestly say I do not envy you. In the workshop tonight, you discussed recruitment, staffing, retention, and compensation. In this next budget, you must be bold and deliberate when addressing these issues. The success of the division depends on it. You can have the best facilities, the best academies, the best turf fields, and one-to-one technology, but if you don't have staff, none of it matters. Look at our own Virginia Beach Parks and Rec Division as an example. In November, they announced the closure of 14 before and after school programs due to staffing shortages. Parks and Rec adjusted the pay scale, recruited heavily, and recently announced those sites would open again. Pay and compensation matter. Plan now for a 10% raise for employees. You must also address the workload of teachers. Today, I mailed a goodbye and good luck card to a math teacher who resigned and did not return after the holiday break. Jenny was a career switcher who was in her first year of teaching, and she decided that the workload and the toll the job was taking on her and her family was not worth it. Our math department will miss her, but we are happy that she was bold enough to choose her family and well-being over a job that was overwhelming. Let's be honest, Jenny did not resign over money. She resigned because the workload is unrealistic. The Wednesday planning time will be missed when it is removed second semester. Preparing for 2 different courses, teaching 6 blocks, and meeting the needs of 150 students takes time. Teachers must not only plan, teach, and assess, they must communicate with parents, attend multiple IEP and 504 meetings, unjam the copier, arrange makeup work for students who are absent for vacations and COVID, arrange makeup, all the while trying to deal with classroom management. Ask a teacher how often they truly have a 30-minute duty-free lunch or the opportunity to run to the restroom. Even when we are absent, we must leave lesson plans so instruction moves forward.
30 seconds.
Our work is never done. Currently, there are 9 secondary math openings. That is 1,350 students without a qualified math teacher. Unlike Parks and Rec, you can't close classrooms. You must find a way to make the workload manageable and the compensation package worthwhile so new and veteran teachers will come and stay in the classroom. Employees must be a priority in the next budget.
The next 3 speakers, Lindsay Bohan, Dan Fair, and Dane Chang.
Welcome.
Good evening. It's my birthday, and thanks to Dottie, my dinner plans at your pie changed. I'd like to take a moment to apologize to Jessica Owens, who's not here, but I hope you can hear. One of your colleagues brought it to my attention that you probably said that you don't support the resolution, not revolution, as I said the last time I spoke against mask mandates. I listened to that special meeting clip several times, and while it does sound like you said revolution, if I misquoted you, I'm sorry. Maybe you were wearing a mask on the Zoom call. It's really hard to understand people with those things on. But in my defense, revolution would make sense because to the majority of you, anyone and anything who opposes your ideology is a revolutionary. And therein lies a problem, okay? You've taken everything so personally. You think we hate you and that we're fighting against you, when in reality we don't hate you. We do hate your ideology. We hate that you force your ideology upon our children, and we hate that you won't even listen to us and where we're coming from. It's not you until you attack us personally, then it becomes personal. But again, that's not what started this. This started when you willfully ignored us, when you flagrantly violated the Virginia Code, which I will quote yet again in the simplest language possible. A parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of the parent's child. Parents, not the school board. The thing about elected positions such as the ones you hold is that you represent us. Even if we didn't vote for you, it doesn't matter. You aren't elected to serve only those who voted for you and who share your ideology. You are elected to uphold and defend the federal Constitution and the state Constitution first and foremost, and to listen to your constituents, all of them in your respective districts, or everyone if you hold an at-large position. Take it all in, counsel with one another, debate, listen, share ideas, look at facts, not feelings, and make decisions, not vote down the party line in lockstep with your colleagues of the same political affiliations.
30 seconds.
So it has become political, and unfortunately, We saw this tonight demonstrated with the election of the new, not new, chair and vice chair. We are divided, clearly, but you are divided also, and you have made no attempts to unite together or with us. So regardless of what happened tonight, change is coming in 4 days, and it's just a preview of the midterm elections coming up later this year. Your time is drawing to a close. As Aspen said last time,
And time is up.
we know how this ends. We win, you lose.
The next three speakers, Dan Fair, Dan Chang, and Paula Chang.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Dan Fair. I'm a retired individual who has a bit of time on his hands. I started volunteering at one of the local elementary schools as a watchdog. When I mentioned that last time I was here, I noticed some of you folks actually, I think you wrote it down because you didn't know what it was. Let me explain it to you. A watchdog is a volunteer individual who has the time and the ability to help the teachers primarily and then help the kids learn things. My background is construction, and I started with the pre-K and started working my way up. Lincoln Logs, Connects, and all these great learning, what I call accidental learning things for kids who did not have the ability to figure out what they wanted to do. That's where I came in. I helped them kids. I taught them and would teach them how to look at the pictures and figure out the problem, how to make what they wanted to make. I had a bunch of kids occasionally say, well, we can't do that. And the first thing out of my mouth is, can't does not exist. If you do not try, you'll never know. And I had kids this tall helping me build towers this tall. And they were amazed. The one thing that over the last couple of weeks I started thinking about all this stuff is the most impressive thing for me in doing, and the thanks that I received when I saw that kid smile when the lights came on. I now know how to do this. Well, the masks make that awful hard. And then I'm done with masks. But we need to get, this wealth, this a huge pot of free teaching. Doesn't cost you guys or the superintendent or the city a dime. Let us back into school so we can do this. My wife would appreciate it because it would get me out of the house more. Okay? Let's be real. I have a talent, I have the ability, and I have the time. Unleash me. Get me out of the chow hall where all I'm doing now is opening ketchup and cleaning tables. I don't mind doing that. The staff needs the help. The janitors are, God, they're wonderful people. The teachers that are in there too, also. I'm better at teaching kids something. Let me do that. Get this program rolling again because the teachers need the help, the kids need the help, and my wife wants more time in the house alone. Okay? Please do something about that program. I think it's phenomenal. It's an excellent program, and it
that is
needs to be
time.
advanced. Thank you very much.
Our next three speakers, Dan Chang, Paula Chang, and Suzanne Fall.
Welcome.
Hi, Ms. Roy. At the last school board meeting, I presented the 2021 accomplishments for the Gang of Eight under the leadership of Ryan Melnick. That list of accomplishments demonstrates why there needed to be a change in leadership. Leadership is doing the right thing no matter who is watching. Ms. Rye, Ms. Melnick, you are not leading, and I assume now you're going to be trying to learn again. I will focus on proper protocol and setting the example of and expectations of this board towards the citizens who elected you. There is not an expectation of your board members to treat private citizens in a professional manner. As chair and vice chair, you too do not set the expectations of proper decorum and professionalism required of this board and the division staff toward the citizens who come here to speak and also elected you. An example is Dottie Holtz's Facebook post concerning boycotting restaurants supporting Restaurant Week. She used her personal Facebook account, but everyone knows she's a school board member and a retired school teacher. She called for boycotting of restaurants was clearly for political reasons. Restaurant Week was supporting local restaurants while offering the opportunity to sign recall petitions. If this isn't political and personal for Dottie to post, then what is it? It's bullying. Is this proper protocol for the Virginia Beach School Board for a Virginia Beach school member? And do you, Ms. Rice, support and condone Ms. Dottie Holtz's bullying of small businesses for political reasons? I did send you an email on this. You sent me an interim response. I'm still waiting for your final response. As a matter of fact, due to her bullying, 3 restaurants have backed out of Restaurant Week. You all seem comfortable reprimanding the citizens who come to this board to speak. As for Ms. Melnick, how can you be there as vice chair and expect to set the example for other school board members to follow concerning protocol and decorum when you do not display those attributes yourself? Since the vote has already occurred, and
30
I
seconds.
assume that you guys will still fall under your oath of office, and I'll just say it is to solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia as in your duties as school board members. And I hope you do that. We have a long year coming up, and I look forward to some progress in you all listening to the citizens.
The next 3 speakers, Paula Chang, Suzanne Fall, Amber Thompson.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to be speaking tonight on how we got here, where Ms. Holtz feels it's perfectly okay to go after small businesses based on her political affiliation. What we have here is a picture of Mrs. Holtz posting, encouraging that people boycott a small business because it supported people who have a different political agenda. Here, alarmingly, is a picture of her that she put on Facebook keeping score of those restaurants that she was able to remove from Restaurant Week. That is appalling. We also understand that there have been some teacher groups who have joined her, and I would God very much hope that no one in the administration would do such a thing. Here, Ms. Holtz, for the future, is a picture of something from Ms. Melnick, nothing personal with this Ms. Melnick, of a political event held at another restaurant that I won't mention, but you didn't boycott this. So I think that's really terrible. So we have to ask, how did we get here? How did we get here is because the tone was set that this sort of activity against the public and the things that they want is perfectly okay in this board. Dottie does all this, and I'm going to add one other thing, Ms. Holtz. We're also going to be doing events at churches. Are you going to interfere in people's religious rights, and are you going to call for the boycotting of churches based upon political things that they allow to happen there? So why is this acceptable? It's because public disrespect is constantly allowed here. You have spent a year going after the public. We won't go through the bylaws. But everything that we do is publicly attacked. We're off the agenda, we speak too loud, our masks don't completely cover our nose, we form gauntlets. You refuse to acknowledge Americans with Disability Act requests. That's many of you up here, that was disgusting. You go to the press complaining about that you're so afraid of us. When we have done nothing, you send out warning letters. But what is done about the egregious conduct by those of you? What is publicly done to correct them, Ms. Rye and Ms. Melnick? I ask that. Ms. Riggs takes a sign that my husband brought here and I was going to use and she didn't like. So she picked it up, walks across the dais, throws it on the ground. And I had to go get it in order to use it. And what happened to Ms. Riggs? Nothing. Nothing was said to her. In fact, Mrs. Rye, the time was started, I had to use my time to come over and get the sign and put it back. That is disgusting. Dr. Robertson laughs and mocks at a speaker. He crumbles up property of citizens. He throws a speaker out of here who did nothing wrong, and then you all publicly shame her.
30
What
seconds.
action do you take? Nothing. The safe school officer uses his Napoleonic smugness to openly doubt citizens when they speak the truth. He seems to take joy in removing the citizens. The vice chair slams the door on someone. Ms. Rye does nothing. But you set the tone, Ms. Rye, and I hope in this coming year you tell everyone these are the public and private standards I expect you to hold for citizens who come and pay our salaries and keep us moving forward. And also
And
finally,
that is time.
Ms. Holtz should resign.
The next three speakers are Suzanne Fall, Amber Thompson, and Annie Palumbo.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Suzanne Fall, and tonight I was going to devote my time speaking to stress the importance of your decision with the vote for the board chair and vice chair. However, upon finding that you've already made that decision, I'm still going to voice my concerns. On February 9th, 2021, each of you as board members signed a code of ethical and professional conduct. Among the highlights you signed is that you will serve with integrity and fairness. You'll abstain from using your position on the school board for personal gain, and you'll avoid conflicts of interest or impropriety that could reasonably believe to influence your service on the school board or exert undue influence on employees of our school division. It is imperative to us as parents that a board member uses ethics in decision-making and be held accountable for their actions on the board and in their private lives when those lines between their job and their private life become blurred. Last week, I witnessed those lines become blurred. On Thursday, January 6th, 2022, Dottie Holtz broke that code of ethics and conduct by using her personal Facebook page and her position of power as a school board member to request that 7 small restaurant businesses be boycotted, and went further to say, and I'm quoting, that they don't support public education. That is your words, Dottie. I can only infer that you posted this due to the fact that the restaurants were serving customers that requested signatures on a recall petition for school board member seats, yours being one of them, and that you're in fear of losing it. Fear will make a person think unclearly, and fear will make a person act impulsively. I know 2 of those owner-operators, and I'm also a small business owner. I personally know Brett Cassier, owner of Shorebreak Pizza, who was named, and he has forfeited a paid coaching position for the last 20 years at our public schools at Cox High School. You publicly said he doesn't support public education, and you slandered his business. But he's hosted hundreds of fundraisers for his school sport, for our school sports team, and poured thousands of dollars back into our schools. A second one, Tom Sola, owner and operator of the Lucky Oyster, who you named. He has given $75,000 to Virginia Beach schools. He donates meals and services to our school sports teams that directly impact our kids. But yet I haven't seen an apology, a retraction, anything
30 seconds.
coming back to say I made a mistake, which would be accepted, except that you spoke incorrectly and that you said these folks do nothing for schools. My question to the board who supported this and to every chair tonight is, if your families have a small business, are you going to deny servicing someone for your growth of your family and not support them because they disagree with you politically for your sports teams you support?
And that is
anything?
time.
I'm asking that you hold her
The next 3
accountable
speakers.
and everyone else.
Amber Thompson, Annie Palumbo, and Becky Hay.
Welcome.
Good evening. I come here week after week using my gracious 3 minutes of speaking time to address you all politely and professionally, yet the same respect has not been given back. A majority of you sit up there on your righteous pedestals and then turn around and slap us in the face with your policies. You've done all you could to draw a line in the sand between us parents and this board. If you ever poll what the Chesapeake School Board polled on New Year's Eve, I'm not sure that line would be something we could ever overcome. So I ask each of you, who is truly here to put our children first, to seek growth, to do great work together? Can you truly sit here today and tell me those statements are something you resonate with? This board's reputation has been dragged through the mud, and I can tell you it's not because of those of us standing here today. It's because actions from you all. I have sent in complaint after complaint, as well as stood before you to discuss behavior I've witnessed from board members, and time again it's swept under the rug. The new agenda item from Mrs. Holtz is to punish local businesses who have already been put through the ringer due to COVID restrictions. What does that have to do with our children and working together? These businesses are simply allowing people to gather together over a common goal, and she publicly defamed them, stating they do not support public education. She then backtracked after bullying a few restaurants into not allowing those to gather, and is now calling for support because they bowed to her demands. There is a recall petition going around to remove some of you for a reason. It is due to behavior like this. This is why our faith and trust in you all has been lost. Mrs. Ryan, Ms. Melnick, as chair and vice chair, when you sit idly by and continue to allow this behavior to continue, you're just as guilty. When we stand up here and tell you to stop politicizing our children's education, this is what we're talking about. We come up here every other week and beg you to take the masks off our children. We give you first-hand accounts as to why we are pleading with you all, and instead you can't possibly find common ground because, gosh, that might mean you guys are actually following your mission statement and working together. I am so tired of being labeled the bad guy because I'm a concerned parent. We are not the mean ones here. You should see the way Dottie speaks about us on social media. Everything we've been telling you for months has become true. You justify your decisions through incorrect data by the VDH, which has virtually been ignored, yet we are supposed to trust your decisions? Our children are suffering and have suffered long enough due to your policies and unprofessional behavior. I'm not sure why some of you still remain in your positions, and I'm not sure how you can honestly say you've been working tirelessly for my child. All that you have to show is division amongst your
30
community
seconds.
and a boycott campaign against local businesses. If this is what working tirelessly looks like to you, then do better. Our kids deserve better, us parents deserve better, and your community deserves better. The only positive I could see come of this is that you've opened our eyes to how important school board elections are, and more people are stepping up to take those seats when the time comes. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Annie Palumbo, Becky Hay, Kathleen Brown.
Welcome.
Good evening. So it's no surprise, the vote. I mean, I wasn't even listening or paying attention. And I'm listening and I'm like, do you guys ever do like the right thing? Or do you just do what your peers, what you're afraid? You just go with the flow. But you know what? Your time is short. It's almost over because we've got a new guy in town in 4 days. And so your queenship is going to be over soon because you won't be able to bully our children. You know, people always ask me why. You know, we're all different, right? Some of you sit with your hands clasped. Even some people in our fight do. They're more conservative. Some are louder, like myself. But when people ask me what my why is, I'm going to show you a picture. This is a picture of a little girl with somebody's hand over her face. Now, if you were walking down the street and you saw a little girl with an adult's hand over their face smothering them, what would you do? Would you scream? I bet everyone, well, I don't know, you probably wouldn't. You think it's okay. But I think most people would scream. That's why I scream. That's my why. There's a quote from Martin Luther King. The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence of the good people. I'm a good person. I'm a really good person. I fight evil, and you're blinking your eyes. Go ahead. I don't really care. We have been portrayed as evil, criminals, domestic terrorists, and you're nodding your head. The third speaker, who was a student, said Melissa Luxon had a video out there that we had put out there with the C word. I'd like to see that video, and Yuri, I please ask you to send it to me, because the same person made fun of one of our moms that has been fighting for our kids while she was in ICU dying of COVID. She survived, thank God, but you may want to look at that video. You're misinformed, very much so. So let me tell you a little bit about my day on Friday. I see all of this as Mean Girls in action. I went to the Chesapeake School Board meeting on New Year's Eve. I got kicked out because, once again, I got loud. I didn't sit with my hands clasped because I see that little girl with her hand over her face. So it was interesting to see a newspaper article, June, December.
30
Same
seconds.
exact. Virginia Beach has social media threats. Same thing with Chesapeake. After we as parents speak up. So I hope that investigation shows who's really doing that. Dottie, I think you're very out of line. You've turned me into the FBI. That's okay, because I was up on the Capitol steps praying on January 6th. That's the second time you or some of your people have called them. It's okay, they've called me already. But this is the mean girl spirit that happens up here. But guess what?
And
Your days
time
are
is up.
numbered. You're out of here soon.
The next three
Happy New
speakers
Year.
are Becky Hay, Kathleen Brown, and Renee Alexander.
Welcome.
Good evening.
It's unfortunate for me to listen tonight as the elections went on. I feel like there was an opportunity you all had to build a bridge and to try and work forward from the point we've had in the last couple of years, to take it down a notch, to increase in the level of decorum and respect amongst the different sides. And I really feel like there was a big opportunity missed when that option was not taken. Particularly in the matter with Carolyn Weems. She has been around a long time. She's worked with a lot of people over the years of all different backgrounds, all different points of view, all different needs and wants and desires. And to not even be given some discussion, some debate to talk about whether or not she would be qualified and well-intentioned for the position is really egregious, and it really just shows a lack of leadership, frankly. Laura Hughes as well is an excellent candidate, but it's just, everyone has dug their heels in. There's been a lot of conversation about trying to get beyond that, and I didn't see any of that tonight. I didn't see any of it. It's really unfortunate. It's very disappointing as a parent who has worked hard, who's tried to be respectful in each of my interactions with all of y'all, even though I very much disagree with a lot of you. The hubris in which some of you, under the threat of recall, continue to act is just unbelievable to me. And all I can say is that pride cometh before a fall. It may not be within the timeline I want, but it will happen. I'm confident of that. The most recent and glaring lack of leadership, though, is the failure of the chair and the vice chair to call out Mrs. Holtz and her behavior. Her recent call to boycott community businesses was reckless. She posted inaccurate information. I don't know the business owners that someone talked about, but I don't think any business owner, especially given the last couple of years, should be shamed no matter what they're doing. Citizens can come meet at their restaurant for any time, for any reason. They don't need to know what it's about. They may support it, they may not, but I know they want to make money. They want to pay their employees, and they're being denied that opportunity because of the reckless words of a school board member. She and others on her page also sought to paint some of us as crazy people, which is not accurate as well. This is the rhetoric and behavior that you have railed against, Mrs. Melnick. You've talked constantly, Mrs. Rye, about decorum, and I don't see that in any of this. Recall is a legal and appropriate tool for constituents to employ against elected officials when they don't feel they're being represented. Dottie's behavior has been consistently unprofessional and immature. The board needs to repudiate her actions,
are
and
Kathleen
they must
Brown,
demand a public
Renee
apology.
Alexander, and Aaron Rash.
Welcome.
Good evening. So this is my mask accommodation, just, it's not even part of my speech, but nonetheless, I sit over there to the left, segregated off, because that's where you guys want me to sit. I find it interesting that you guys over here can point at Mr. Chang's mask dipping below his nose when you've had people that agree with you take their mask clear off. So anyway, I want to express my disappointment that the majority once again has passed over Ms. Weems as school board chair. This would have brought the board some much needed balance, and she certainly has the most school board experience. But tonight, I'd like to discuss the topic of transparency. As a constituent, I have found a lack of transparency from the majority to the voters. On many occasions, the agenda has had blank items going into the meeting. During these meetings, it becomes apparent that the majority in administration, to include Aaron Spence, clearly had more details available to disclose to the public and failed to do so within a timely manner. During the meeting is too late. Moving forward, I would highly suggest you remind Aaron Spence he works for you, and as an elected body, transparency must be a top priority. One good example of this was the school reopening plan. Going into that meeting, there was nothing on the agenda except a header. After the public comment was taken, there was an elaborate plan presented with a lengthy PowerPoint presentation and voted on that night. This vote locked parents out of the building and made it so they couldn't access their kids with no public input. There's also often a lack of teacher to parent transparency occurring. Transparency regarding curriculum should be available for parents and easily accessible. I know this has been a challenging time for teachers, but these issues go back to pre-pandemic. While parents have access to ParentView, often grades are lagging behind several weeks. By the time the parents realize their child is behind, it is difficult for the parent to help their child recover. Unfortunately, this is due to a lack of allowing proper parental support. You must repair this. With increased ease due to technology, additional care and responsibility must be considered. Most parents don't even know what their kids are working on in school. And it's not because they don't want to know. The curriculums are too hard to find. The grade books hardly even say what's being studied, and many parents have jobs outside of the homes. Accessing academic materials is a challenging chore for
30
parents.
seconds.
I'd like to see the board make it easier for parents to be more involved in their children's academics. I could continue on, but I only have 3 minutes. So on a final and separate note, actually maybe not final since I have time, I would love to see classrooms where our students have no idea what their teachers voted for being the standard also. And Dottie, I think you need to resign. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Renee Alexander, Aaron Rash, Andy Bond.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Renee Alexander, and I have been a proud teacher at the Virginia Beach City Public Schools for 34 years. First, some facts. Virginia Beach City Public Schools has 100% accreditation for 3 straight years. We are also a part of the Virginia Public School System, and the Virginia Public School System is ranked 4th in the nation and 3rd in the nation for safety based on an analysis from 2021. It's fair to say that Virginia Beach Public Schools have excellent teachers. Teachers who not only teach their respective subjects, but who will build relationships with their students from day one, who exhibit character, honesty, empathy, and kindness every single day so students feel safe, appreciated, and they want to show up for class even if that particular subject is not their forte. There's a lot of noise right now and even some vilification of our school system, but please try to ignore that. Keep in mind that every decision you make will relate to teacher retention. Young, energetic, tech-savvy teachers are leaving their profession after a few years due to burnout. And seasoned teachers are struggling to hit the 30-year retirement mark. There was definitely a teacher shortage pre-COVID, but it's getting worse. Teachers need more support, less demands. Keeping the masks is just a small way to protect us, to protect our own children, spouses, and our ailing parents. This teaches the students that we must look out for each other and that community responsibility is important. Students are smart. They understand that if their teacher becomes sick, the learning process will be put on hold because there's also a shortage of substitutes. Keeping the masks and other realistic mitigation strategies also support the substitute teacher who feels apprehensive about coming into the building. Teachers have been also trying to help by covering sick colleagues' classes. Yeah, there's a small stipend, but we lose time helping those, and that time has to be made up after hours. Having the 2 extra hours on Wednesday was meant a lot to us and gave us some support. But after January, that will go away. Hopefully that will be reconsidered. At this point, I would like to thank Dr. Spence and the members of Central Office who have been filling in as substitute teachers while also doing their own job. Thank you. The vast majority of the students I'm in contact with understand the seriousness of the pandemic and wear their masks without incident. Having candid conversations and explanations at the beginning of the year helped. Most students want to remain face-to-face, and they realize that wearing a mask is the way to stay in the classroom with their teachers and their friends. Teachers love their students, and we must all do our part to keep the amazing staff we have in Virginia Beach Public Schools. Please support the social, emotional, and health of our teachers, and that will support be passed to our community.
The next 2 speakers, Aaron Rash and Andy Bond.
Welcome.
Thank you. I thought maybe tonight a visual about the science of the mask would be more effective for the board. Here I have some restaurant items. I flipped the menus over because I would hate for Dottie to boycott them on her personal Facebook page again. But if we are following the science, I should clearly now be able to take my mask off because these items have been scientifically proven that I can be out in public without a mask on.
All right, point taken, please.
Oh, okay, good.
Thank you.
So you're admitting you're not following the science if I have to put my mask back on. Perfect. I have a salt and pepper shaker I can add to the table. We can all go to a restaurant and a bar, stores, etc., maskless if we choose, and sit and stand with zero social distancing at these places amongst strangers. That's scientifically okay. But at school, my children are being forced to sit 8+ hours in a mask with the same exact students they sit with 5 days out of the week.
Ma'am, please put it on properly.
Here, this might make it a little better. Where's the science in my elementary student playing a recorder in music classes? Spit flying everywhere, I can assure you. Or my high school student who went to a football game hanging all over her friends, hugging, holding hands, and carpooling, all maskless. And through our parent groups today, we found out that a certain Virginia Beach schools are putting our children on the floor to eat their lunches because you don't want many kids sitting at a table together, even though they claim it's the child's choice. Explain how a dirty floor is healthy in any way, shape, or form to eat off of when there's enough seating if you just take your silly tape off the chairs. This isn't science. This is lack of common sense. This is stupidity. This has always been about the board, amongst other leaders, cherry picking when and where you tell us we can get COVID and when and where you pick to enforce a mask. If the mask worked, we would not be getting emails from you with your COVID dashboards of supposed cases in schools. I actually just got one in the parking lot here. Again, my child's health is my responsibility, not yours, not my child's classmate's parent, but my own, and certainly not the kind of teacher who just spoke before me. You represent us all as parents, not just the pro-mask parents, hence why a mask should be a parent choice, not yours.
Madam Chair, the last in-person speaker is Andy Bond.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Chair Rye, Vice Chairman Milne. When the CRT resolution was debated, the question of implementation was raised, owing to the shall not nature of it. So when the idea of an affirmative shall occurred to me. So here goes. The following will be taught to all students. All parts of history, meaning what occurred, will be taught. I want to emphasize that, will be taught. And I wanted to track Carolyn's, or School Board Member Weems' resolution here. So this list is not exhaustive of what you will be taught, but it should be part of the foundation of the curriculum. A, people of all races are equal as described in our founding document, the Declaration of Independence. B, all people are born believing that everyone is equal. Behaviors that are contrary to this belief are individual actions. C, since all people are of equal value, they stand as individuals, separate from the past actions of other individuals. D, individuals express their moral character and demonstrate their unique value solely through their own individual actions. E, the United States was founded on the principle of equality under the law, and from the beginning has been steadily progressing toward that ideal. I understand the country began by compromising with slavery in order to create the country, but soon banned slavery in the Northwest Territories, engaged in a bloody civil war to end it. Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. The Constitution was amended, banning slavery and the unequal treatment of people, using the constitutionally provided methods to pass such amendments, proving that the Constitution adapts as the country becomes more virtuous. And it passed laws in the Civil Rights era which demanded equality. As such, the United States is an example to the world of progress toward equality. Racist Americans existed and continue to exist, but the goal of equality has existed as the ideal for the country since the beginning. Capitalism is the best economic system because it is the system that humans revert to, trade. Capitalism is virtuous in its ideal state because two individuals trading as a result of the division of labor based on talents is virtuous. Capitalism is the system that has lifted most people out of poverty across the world. I cite Bono. It is not capitalism that is the problem if race is injected into it. It is racism that is the problem, not the economic system. Well, great. Thank you very much. I'd ask you to consider that.
Madam Chair, those are all the in-person speakers. We will now hear from the online speakers. The first three speakers are Kat Evans, Vic Nichols, and Lane Mueller. Kat Evans, please unmute.
And welcome.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Dr. Spence, and the board. I'm third grade teacher at Virginia Beach City Public Schools and the mother of a Virginia Beach City Public School student. I'm upset, as many of my colleagues are, about the loss of the planning time that we had been receiving on those early release Wednesdays. Dr. Spence listed days that were supposed to allow for adequate planning time for teachers. Well, progress reports go out on February 8th, and that means that instructional staff will have to have them prepared that Monday or the Friday before, site dependent. What planning time will be provided to complete those grades and enter them in? Especially since that week's work needs to be included in that time. We have the same issue in April with only 2 hours to prepare, and there are no planning days or early dismissal before the progress reports are due in May. Those Wednesdays were the only time that the TAs were able to be paid to work and collaborate and actually plan with their classroom and STED teachers. Our education system is built on the back of unpaid teacher labor. Teachers are working in the evenings and on weekends, valuable time they need to spend with their family and wind down during an incredibly difficult year. That planning time was enabling teachers to complete more of the work during their contract hours. We don't understand how you can provide that time for us to plan, see how well it works, and then take it away. I also want to speak on how overburdened our teachers are right now. We're dealing with incredibly difficult behaviors this year, and our students are behind. Our pacing is accelerated. We not only have to shove all of this knowledge into their heads and teach these skills with less time, but we have to do so when the kids are already so far behind and they don't have the prerequisite skills to keep up. We're asked to produce miracles while specialists are being pulled left and right, which doesn't give them enough time to support their teachers. The SPED teachers are overloaded and can barely keep their heads above the water, more or less be able to support their inclusion classrooms. Another point I'd like to mention that our cafeterias are providing unsafe working conditions for our staff. They're full of students with masks off, many of whom come to school sick and are spreading the virus like crazy. And the staff have to work in the cafeterias, and many have lunch duty. These staff members are being exposed to many students who are barely 3 feet apart, if that, with no masks on. There aren't air purifiers in the cafeteria. The least you can do is provide air purifiers in the cafeterias to minimize the risk to our staff members. The number of COVID cases are insane and unprecedented, and our district is acting like business as usual, when it's not usual and it's not safe. Do better. We deserve it. We work hard for you and for the children, and we need your support. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, Vic Nichols, Lane Mueller, Jonathan Barton. Vic Nichols, please unmute.
Welcome.
CNN medical analyst Leanna Wen said that cloth masks are not appropriate for this pandemic. It's not appropriate for Omicron. It is not appropriate for Delta, Alpha, or any of the previous variants either, because we're dealing with something that's airborne. Don't wear a cloth mask, she said in another segment, going so far as to call them little more than facial decorations. The CDC finally spilled the beans, saying that a surgical mask is not considered respiratory protection. Cases are meaningless. Hospitalizations have been spoken of more and more because that's where the true concerns are at. However, there is not a split between hospitalizations with COVID versus hospitalizations due to COVID. When I see the rules and presentations and slideshows promulgated because of the way people think and try to lead others to think that way, I know it
Ms.
wasn't
Nichols,
positive.
excuse me, there's background noise.
Yes, it should be gone.
Please proceed.
The reason why kids are homeschooled and moving more to that direction is because of the mind poisoning made to make them fear something, hysteria creation, a generation of kids with social anxiety and pill popping junkies. They have no idea what faces and smiles look like, and they grow up angry, bitter, hateful, and suicidal citizens. The mouth plays a major role in nonverbal communication. A new motto has come out: Police kill the body, the teachers kill the mind. In 2020, the education nonprofit Bright Green compared student outcomes in the 12 most progressive and 12 most conservative cities and found that Black and Hispanic students in America's most progressive cities, the ones with the greatest restrictions, face greater racial inequity in achievement and graduation rates than students living in the nation's most conservative cities. They tried to explain it, but couldn't. There are many factors that contribute to student success, but controlling for them didn't erase correlation between a city's progressivism and hence more COVID-19 restrictions and the sizable racialized gaps in educational outcomes. Our research shows that there are U.S. cities with little to no gaps exist, and those cities happen to be conservative. Those are the ones without masks. Those are the ones that don't keep kids at home. Please consider our minority populations in your decision making. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Lane Mueller, Jennifer Barton, and Melinda Rogers. Lane Mueller, please unmute.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please
Okay.
proceed. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do, for the time and consideration you put into our division. My name is Lane Mueller. I have the privilege of being the parent of 2 high schoolers, as well as being a special education teacher of students in kindergarten and 4th grades in this great district. I am here tonight to share concerns regarding moving to the 4x4 schedule for our high school students. While the lack of normalcy since March 2020 has certainly affected all of our students, it has a much more drastic impact on our high schoolers. They are at the crucial point of learning to manage their more complex schedules and more in-depth instruction while figuring out and maintaining GPAs to get them to their long-term goals of attending the colleges and career paths of their choice. For many, last year was their first year in high school. To start their high school years in a virtual and in-person back and forth setting with a brand new 4x4 system that had its own kinks to work out on top of a worldwide pandemic was challenging for all, to say the very least. Currently, the social emotional needs of our students are at an all-time high, including the vast increase in depression, anxiety, ADHD, and other health and mental health areas, all of which affect executive functioning abilities. Many of our students have not been able to receive the emotional and educational support from their homes and families that they so desperately need. These past nearly 2 years have induced an array of traumas throughout our families, our staff, and especially our students. Our students need and deserve the stability that our school system can provide. With such unprecedented change over the past 2 years, and with so very much at stake for our high school students, we owe them the right to have a say in this additional major change. The 4x4 creates additional intensity with management of classes daily, as well as and other tests potentially occurring months after instruction, and no room for error or recovery with daily assignments. Just as the first two student speakers so eloquently put it. With this schedule change affecting our 20,761 high school students, the division needs to embrace thoughtful and careful consideration to this proposal. Students and their families should be an integral part of this consideration process, yet there has been nothing sent out to parents or students to allow their voices to be heard. We teach our students the important life skills of discernment and self-advocation. As such, they have the right to add their input as to what schedule best affords them the structure and support they need to attempt some GPA recovery from these past 2 COVID years, share how they best learn, taking into account the massive shift in executive functioning skills needed for the 4x4 system, and set them on the life trajectory of their choosing. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
The next speaker, Jennifer Barton, please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening. I am also speaking, as did the last speaker, about the move to the 4x4 scheduling. I'm the parent of 3 Virginia Beach public school students, and my daughter came home from school mentioning the possible move to a 4x4 schedule, as well as possibly a year-long schedule in the future. So I'm not sure where they're hearing all of this, Obviously, last year was rough for all the students, teachers, and staff. My children all were so fortunate to have amazing teachers who supported them in their learning in such a difficult situation. I understand why the 4x4 learning style was set up in such a partially virtual learning situation that they had. In some ways, this made navigating the digital world easier. However, in most ways for advanced classes, this was highly difficult and caused a lot of emotional stress and late nights, especially in those kids in transition years, those going to 6th grade and 9th grade, and those that just had a learning pause from the previous year. My 9th grader had math her fall semester and then went 8 months without math before starting her math class in the fall. This was very difficult, especially since last year she took Algebra 2 Trig in just a semester as a freshman. We were so fortunate to have the resources and for her to have the desire to have a math tutor to help her review over the summer. However, I'm sure there are many others who did not have the desire or the opportunity to have, to be able to have that tutor or that extra learning over the summer. My daughter also had Spanish in the fall and then not again until the next fall. The so-called summer slide is bad enough without adding an additional semester of lost continuity. I was really impressed to hear the students speak earlier. I think they did a wonderful job speaking and addressing the board. I do believe that the students should be given a voice in their learning process, and they should be able to design how they prefer to learn. I know a lot of my children's friends were not a fan of the 4x4 scheduling. And again, I don't think the students were asked, at least none of my students were asked how they would like to learn. I also think that teachers need to be asked, and so that they also can have that opportunity since they're going to be passing forth the education onto all of our students. We're always happy with our school system. I think we have a wonderful school system, and our children certainly do flourish, but I think the 4x4 scheduling is a difficult way to go for their emotional stress, and I really would prefer them to stay on AB scheduling. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Melinda Rogers, please unmute.
Welcome. Thank you so much, and good evening. I want to thank Dr. Spence and members of the board for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name again is Melinda Rogers, and I am a VBCPS teacher, and I've been with the division for about 5 years. I'm also the parent to 3 VBCPS students, a high schooler, a middle schooler, and an elementary student. I wanted to speak to you this evening regarding teacher retention. I've been spending a lot of time speaking to colleagues from many different schools about their experiences over the last 22 months. I'm hearing a lot of words and phrases like frustration, exhaustion, this is too much, and I don't know how much more I can take. This is not only coming from teachers. It's coming from cafeteria staff, custodians, specialists, and support staff alike. Most of us do not feel we're being heard. Even when we're told we see you or we hear you and we're listening, the solutions that have been offered so far are short-term, have excluded some staff members, and it won't address the problems that will continue into next year. As a parent, I'm highly concerned about what will happen to the amazing teachers my high schooler has enjoyed at VBCPS by the time that my youngest is ready to move up. The fact remains that teachers are either retiring or leaving the field at a breakneck pace, and there isn't a well from which to draw new talent. This isn't just a VBCPS issue. Educational staff shortages are nationwide, and it's a pandemic that will cause greater and longer lasting damage than COVID ever will. I can say that I personally appreciate the division giving us planning time on Wednesdays and one-time bonuses and temporary pay increases, but that's not long-lasting solutions. All of these will end by the end of this school year. We have to start making permanent changes to retain the staff we have. First and foremost, staff need to feel safe. The same community discourse the board has had to endure has certainly filtered down to every school employee, especially when staff are asked to enforce policies decided by the division. Many times the division is asking individual schools to make site-based decisions, which results in targets placed squarely on the staff at that site. Second, the budget needs to be adjusted to retain staff. Please consider not only staff salary, but consider the fact that we need more bus drivers, more custodians, more cafeteria workers, and more teachers to meet the needs of the students. There is a need to lighten the load for all staff who truly wonder if they can keep going at their jobs as is. The staff time needs to be respected. Cafeteria managers, teachers, assistants, office staff should all be given enough time to do the work that is expected of them. And if there is too much work, then the time that's given, then the workload is too much. VBCPS has always been able to offer the best education because they have until now retained the best employees. That won't be possible if the division doesn't start planning now for next year. Thank you.
Sarah Gerloff, please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci recently stated, we now know as a fact that vaccinated people with COVID are capable of transmitting the infection to someone else. I can attest to this fact because my healthy daughter became ill after exposure to her double-vaxxed friend who tested positive. A study posted on NIH.gov done by Fauci and his colleagues shows that most victims of the 1918 Spanish flu did not die from the flu, but from bacterial pneumonia caused by, wait for it, mask wearing. You ladies fell for it and have been duped by the devil, and in so doing, you have broken God's laws and trespassed against others. Mandating a vaccine or mask wearing is a reckless abuse of power. Taking from man that which has been granted by God is a definition of evil. Some of you are guilty as charged for violating the following rights. Number one, you have abridged the freedom of speech and the right of the people to peaceably assemble. Dottie, you have interfered with our right to petition the government for a redress of grievances by calling for a boycott of local businesses. Shame on you. Some of you have infringed upon our right to liberty and taken it through coercive mandates, thus violating Amendment 14, which is our right to due process. You have coerced us to wear masks that have been shown to cause pneumonia, and you have coerced us to inject harmful ingredients into our bodies, which infringes on our right to life. You have caused harm to those you serve. A trespass is a debt. You have many debts to repay before you will be allowed into heaven. Alexander Dumas said, "Learning does not make one learned. There are those who have knowledge and those who have understanding. The first requires memory and the second philosophy." Your attorney, Kamala Lanetti, is supposed to be advising you so you do not violate real laws, but she clearly does not have understanding of real laws. She only memorizes and regurgitates. She does not think. She should be fired for her negligence in her duties. Also, I still cannot figure out why Spence is allowed to roam the building. The office of superintendent has been vacant since August of 2019 when he violated Code of Virginia titled 22.1, Chapter 6 by engaging in outside business without prior approval from this board. Someone owes the people all the money that you have been paying him since he has not officially worked there since 2019, yet you've been paying a salary. Hey, Spence. Hey, Robertson. Did you get my present today? I got each of you a box of maxi pads since in my mind, you two douchebags are the real, or not real men.
Speaker Roger Daddy-Omont, please unmute.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay, welcome. Thanks. Couple things to start. I just want to say that I fully agree with a couple of the speakers about, how to debate and discuss an issue, and it shouldn't be an attack. I don't think anybody's ever converted when they're attacked. But I think when we're talking about a debate, then you have to listen to both sides. I don't think that that's been happening. I think there's ample evidence about the masks that indicate that they're not effective. That's coming out more and more. And also they're causing more problems socially and from an anxiety standpoint for the children and a lot of other struggles. I think the teachers that talk about being protected, if the masks are effective and you're wearing a mask, then you shouldn't worry about somebody else not wearing a mask. It's the same with the vaccine. If you think the vaccine is effective and you have the vaccine, why do you care if somebody else doesn't have the vaccine? But that's a debate for another day. And I think you're going to hear plenty of that, and you have heard plenty of that. The real issue I want to talk about was the fact that we're talking about listening and having a debate. And in order to have that debate, we need to be able to listen to each other. And I think that it's when Mrs. Holtz decided to go on Facebook, it's not just an ethical breach that she violated, which I think everybody should really agree upon on both sides of the aisle, but it's also potentially, and it sounds like it's going to be a civilly litigated this debate where she is going to be facing some civil litigation because she's a paid member of a school board and she is advocating for some, discussion be terminated that's discussing her effectiveness and recalling her. The recall process is part of the political process. It's part of the free speech. The school board's continued attempts to withhold that free speech, to stop the ability to assemble. All those things are violations of our civil rights that are afforded to us by the Constitution and even the state constitution. So I think those things are going to have to be addressed. I think that the statement that Mrs. Holtz made on the Facebook post was false, saying that those restaurants don't support public education. I think that's not only false, but it's egregious based on what we've heard this evening about some of the support some of those restaurant owners have provided this public school system. So I think the board needs to address it. And if you don't address it, I believe you're going to be derelict in your responsibility. The recall process, thank you. The recall process is part of the free speech issue. It's part of the voting process. It's a legitimate process. That's why it was formed. And to debate whether or not you can have it or a restaurant can support it is really not the function of a board member, especially somebody who is being considered for recall. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Suzanne Saltesiak. Please unmute.
Welcome. Hello, welcome.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Saltesiak, and I am a Virginia Beach resident and parent to 2 students and a graduate of Virginia Beach schools. On our dashboard, we are up to 978 COVID cases that have been in our schools during the 7 days of January that we have been back from break. Let's break that down more. Starting last Monday, we had 64, and today we had 201, over a 214% growth from today from 8 days prior. Or we could say 35% of our cases in this building this year happened in the past 8 days. So I believe that we should dispense with the narrative that schools being in session mitigate the spread of COVID, at least during Omicron. And we also need to stop saying that we're able to assess for spread in school, as we have been told by multiple sources that we are no longer contact tracing. If we are not contact tracing, then we do not have evidence of that. This isn't all of the kids missing school either. And at one school, we know of over 400 students and over 35 staff were marked absent, which was about a third of that school. So how many students are not able to access the free and appropriate education? How many students went to the auditorium with other classes to be monitored during an impromptu study hall instead of instruction? How many more instructional staff will we lose? How many kids and staff are getting infected in school? My kids were absent, but not on the COVID list today. Both are vaccinated and boosted and have been staying home and barely leaving the house during this surge, and always with an N95 mask when inside. They've gone to school and they are sick. And the only place that I know of that they were likely exposed is at school. We're home waiting the results of the test. My son, we believe, was likely exposed during lunch by friends that came back during the time that they were told it's okay to come back, but not in compliance with CDC requirements that mention that they need to be masked at all times, as they were seated next to him at lunch without a mask. The doctor we saw today was in complete disbelief that we have teachers still wearing cloth masks. So I'm sure you can imagine their shock when my daughter replied to her that she has subs that tell kids to pull down their mask when they talk because they can't hear them through the mask. So I'm here today as a parent asking you to take this and so much more into account. What we are doing is not sustainable, and I beg you to please make it safe for my kids and others to access their education. Please don't just assume that we're going to have to be resigned to getting sick. We already know that a mild COVID case increases the likelihood of diabetes by 150%, places kids and staff at risk for long COVID, not to mention the amount of kids that have lost a caregiver or a loved one. This is terrifying as to what it will do to the future of our schools with impact on staffing and the future of our kids with long-term illness and disabilities. How many will come back to sue because their only option for education was in schools that were crawling with COVID, and now they want help getting medical care or not able to work due to long-term disabilities? And no wonder the private sector is taking our staff. Salary isn't the only factor. Safety, access to PPE, and unsustainable work.
That is time. Our next speaker is Jeff Cobb. Please unmute.
There was a Kristen
Oh,
McDonald.
I apologize. Christian McDonald, please unmute.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Before I start, I'd like to thank the teachers and the staff of our schools for their perseverance and determination during these last 2 years in support of our children, and also thank the members of the board that are trying to protect our students' health as well as their education. I appreciate you and I support you. With that said, I still respectfully have a few concerns and questions. I fully support everything Suzanne just said. As a parent of a Virginia Beach elementary student, I wanted tonight to ask the board and the administration to increase the transparency of information regarding COVID cases and the related decisions being made. Specifically, I'd like for parents and caregivers and teachers to know the exact parameters in place for individual school closures, for specific class closures, and for adding and removing the mitigation layers. If such specific parameters do not exist, I'd like to ask that they be created and shared quickly. Transparency and the dissemination of detailed data builds trust within the community. Parents need to be able to evaluate what the school district is using to deem things safe and necessary, or unsafe and unnecessary, so that we can then decide in an informed fashion if those decisions align closely enough with our own. With that in mind, I'd like to ask specifically why mitigation layers are being lessened right now while cases in the community and the schools are rising dramatically. For instance, the end of PE masking when it's indoors. I don't understand how we're taking masks away during indoors PE when we're having more and more cases in the schools. And really importantly to me, the end of the close contact calls. What data is being used to determine that masks are no longer needed in PE? And if mitigation layers like the close contact calls are being removed simply because we can't maintain them at this heightened level of spread, I have to ask the obvious question: how does that correlate to deeming schools to be safe enough to stay open universally across the city? Like Suzanne said, 978 cases right now just for January, more than our entire last year put together. How are we continuing as if nothing is wrong? And that's even happening when we're having so much trouble getting tests. We have 978 cases when it's so hard to get a test. We really don't know how many more cases are out there. So at what point do schools at what point do schools with multiple cases shut down? Parents need the specific answers. We need to know what to expect. I realize many people consider Omicron to be mild and of little consequence to the health of our children. But the fact that the state has declared a medical state of emergency says otherwise. The fact that CHKD is asking parents to avoid the ER and urgent care unless absolutely necessary says otherwise. The fact that Centera is canceling non-emergent procedures says otherwise. As parents, we need facts, we need parameters, we need transparency in your decision-making process in order to have faith in it. We need to know real data to keep our kids safe. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
The next speaker, Jeff Cobb, please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair Ryan, members of the school board, Dr. Spence, and administrative staff. My name is Jeff Cobb, a retired teacher of many years in Virginia Beach and a member of the Virginia Beach Education Association. I comment tonight on item 13A as it relates to the division's efforts to ensure safe and effective instruction for all going forward. Several of these items should also be a factor in the development of the superintendent's upcoming 2022-23 estimate of needs. I remind everyone that there is no comparison between people coming and going in shops with higher ceilings and often less population density than what is found both in classrooms and hallways of our schools. Adequate funding must be secured for continued improvement and maintenance of ventilation capability throughout our nearly 100 facilities. This means money must be found both to correct flaws in our building's ventilation systems and to purchase effective ventilation devices. I urge the school board to continue prioritizing the safety of students and staff by following proven medical policies such as wearing masks. For these areas where cleaning supplies are needed, these should be provided in generous amounts. For example, each staff member should have available on a daily basis a new mask of N95 quality with a supply for students who forget to come with a mask. Also, the division needs to consistently enforce policies as they relate to students, parents, and staff. Due to daily challenges of work needed to keep our students safe, as well as concern for the safety of families and themselves, the division is struggling to fill positions. We need to take the actions necessary both in terms of time demands and compensation to make employees feel comfortable enough to return to school. Students cooling their heels in cafeterias instead of attending class or being taught by folks exhausted by excessive meetings and programs see quality instruction slipping away. Also, when employees tell you that they are absent for COVID-related reasons, please respect their word. Do not charge sick leave. You grant attendance waivers to your students, so why less respect for your employees? Finally, it wouldn't be a VBEA speech without mention of salaries. We are pleased with outgoing Governor Northam's 10% increase proposal. We hope this will be included for all in Dr. Spence's estimate of needs. If ever there was a time for a budget of need, this is it. We hope that you will submit a budget of need and insist that council provide the proper support for our students and this school system. Thank you for your time and attention.
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers for this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. So that brings us to item 13, information, and we begin with this evening's COVID update. Welcome, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the board, and Dr. Spence. Dr. Stoltner and I will be providing today's update. Dr. Caitlin Padati, the Director for Virginia Beach Department of Public Health, is with us again tonight via Zoom and will be available to take your questions at the end of the brief. Since our last brief, there have been a couple of changes. There's been a significant change in community transmission, and the CDC published updated guidance related to isolation and quarantine. We continue to work closely with our partners at Virginia Beach Department of Public Health. As you know, they assisted us with developing and implementing our COVID prevention strategy. We started this school year meeting with them daily to evaluate conditions in our schools and to assist us with any COVID safety-related decisions that needed to be made. Because in-school transmission remained low during the fall, we transitioned to meeting them 2 days per week. Given recent circumstances, we are again meeting with them daily, often multiple times per day. Their support continues to be tremendous. It is clear that they are prioritizing their efforts to assist us with safely keeping our students in 5 days of in-person learning. And that is our goal, maximizing 5 days of in-person learning. The layered mitigation strategy that we have been implementing has proven effective. Our overall plan to safely keeping students in 5 days of in-person learning is based upon analysis of in-school transmission, which is the best indicator of safety of in-person learning. Virginia Beach Department of Public Health has assisted us in providing an analysis of in-school transmission at a fine level of detail that is uncommon for school divisions. With a high degree of confidence, we were able to show that the rate of in-school transmission was less than 2% overall. We were therefore able to keep schools open and keep students in school. So, according to our strategy, we monitor in-school transmission to make decisions about whether to close a classroom, grade level, or school for safety reasons. Metrics like community transmission are used to inform our layered prevention strategy. This is the most recent slide from Virginia Department of Health showing community transmission in Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach has increased to the high category for level of transmission with 1,707 new cases per 100,000 in the last 7 days and a percent positivity of 43.6%. Next to those numbers in gray, you can see what was reported at the last school board meeting. We previously briefed you that we knew that there would be a spike in cases. We just didn't know to what degree, and it's significant. It's worth noting that, with the exception of the initial spike in March of 2020 that you see to the far left on the graph, every other spike occurred when students were not in a structured learning environment. The current situation is the same. This spike was not the result of students in a learning environment. It occurred when they were not in school, during vacation, and the social behaviors that went with it. The greatest impact of this recent surge on our schools is the ability to staff classrooms due to staff absences. Our docile team and our schools have worked tirelessly to prevent closing even a single classroom due to staffing concerns. We are strained, but managing. Keeping students safely in school is a priority, and it is worth it. It appears that this surge was fueled by Omicron rather than the Delta variant. Omicron was first identified in early November in South Africa and Botswana. It is more transmissible than Delta and has a shorter incubation period. However, hospitalization rates appear lower. Vaccine efficacy seems to be a bit lower, but boosters help. Balancing all available information, CDC updated their guidance on December 27th. These two quotes capture the key points. People with COVID-19 should isolate. So isolate refers to those who either suspected or confirmed to be positive for COVID. Isolate for 5 days, and if they are asymptomatic or their symptoms are resolving without fever for 24 hours, follow that by 5 days of wearing a mask when around others to minimize the risk of infecting people they encounter. So importance there, shortening the time from 10 days to 5 days, followed by 5 days with wearing a mask. Additionally, CDC is updating the recommended quarantine, this is the second quote, updating the quarantine period. So quarantine are those who have been exposed or have been identified as a close contact. Quarantine period for anyone in the general public who is exposed to COVID-19. For people who are unvaccinated or are more than 6 months out from their second mRNA dose or more than 2 months after their Johnson & Johnson vaccine and not yet boosted, CDC now recommends quarantine for 5 days, followed by strict mask use for an additional 5 days. So 2 key points in there. For quarantine, reducing from 10 days to 5 days, followed by 5 days of use, and the addition of a booster requirement to be considered exempt from quarantine. VDH followed by publishing interim guidance and FAQs on December 30th to help clarify for school divisions. Based upon that information and in consultation with Virginia Beach Department of Public Health, we modified our plan to come into alignment with the new guidance. Starting January 10th, we shifted from 10 days of isolation and quarantine to 5 days. For the update, which requires a booster, and that booster is for populations who are eligible, and currently that is ages 12 and older, we will come into alignment with that recommendation on February 21st. This gives families time to plan accordingly. Due to the volume of cases, contact tracing has been temporarily modified. We are focusing on positive cases and those who are reaching out for information regarding their specific situation. We are still able to analyze risk in classroom and schools using more broad indicators, and we will add more level of detail as volume increases. These changes were shared with staff and families on January 5th. With the exception of those changes, all other current layers of mitigation are as they were prior to going into winter break. This includes those who are exempt from quarantine, individuals who are fully vaccinated or had COVID in the last 90 days and are asymptomatic. High school students identified as close contacts may attend class if they're asymptomatic. High school athletes identified as close contacts may continue participating if they're fully vaccinated or had COVID in the last 90 days and are asymptomatic. Others may not participate in athletics for the full 10 days. CDC and VDH continue to emphasize the importance of vaccination and boosters. As a reminder, we are hosting another round of vaccination clinics at our schools. There's still plenty of availability. These clinics are supporting all versions of the vaccine, including boosters. To summarize, the recent surge in cases occurred not because of transmission at school, but because of what happens when students are not in a structure of learning provided by a school schedule. Our previous layers of prevention have proven effective, and we are monitoring the effects of the surge, knowing that Omicron is different than Delta. We have a plan to align with CDC guidance in a manner that is safe and attempts to minimize disruption. And staffing, including the large number of staff absences due to illness, is our greatest challenge for safely maintaining 5 days of in-person learning. Our principals are doing an amazing job leading our schools and making adjustments. This continues to be an all-hands-on-deck effort led by our docile team and supported by tremendous professionals across the division from all departments who have been filling positions in classrooms. Dr. Saltner is here to share more on this.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Chairman Rye, Vice Chairman Melnick, members of the board, Dr. Spence. At the start of the school year, I shared with you a contingency plan for school closure of a classroom, a grade level, or school due to COVID transmission concerns. While transmission rates have consistently proven very low, especially compared to community transmission rates, as a measure of precaution, we temporarily closed only a very few classrooms at the elementary school this year. These closures were made in collaboration with the Virginia Beach Department of Public Health, and out of an abundance of caution, were done with less than 24 hours notice to staff and families. The school closure plan remains in place to address COVID transmissions. In response to the Omicron virus and reduced staff capacity due to COVID symptoms and illness, it has become necessary to institute a second plan, and this plan is appropriately titled Staffing Shortage Intervention Plan to Minimize Closure. It is just that, a plan to keep schools open 5 days per week, even with limited staffing capacity. That is not to say we would not close. You'll see in just a few moments the 3 levels of intervention which we will implement prior to closure. Why? Because we are prioritizing children, and we know this to be true. Transmission rates in schools are significantly lower than community transmission rates because in schools we are masked, social distanced, and we have other layered mitigation strategies. Simply put, schools are one of the safest places for staff and students. 2, we further recognize the importance of in-person learning. Our nation's schools have seen the results of closures on learning loss and on our children, especially our most vulnerable. And 3, we recognize the community challenges of childcare and student welfare with closures, from meals to supervision to socialization. As you view this plan, recognize the transitory nature of this new variant, a variant of which we know very little, so we have built the plan based on today's knowledge, which allows us to merely speculate. It is temporary in the sense that today's understanding will be replaced by what we learn tomorrow. Omicron is driving, and we are learning more with each passing day. And make no mistake, the process and planning will start anew with each new variant. Allow me to point out, unlike other plans you have seen or heard across the state or regionally, this is not a closure plan. Is it a plan? It is a plan that keeps our schools open. Let's look at the first level of intervention to keep schools open. Please take a moment to read the slide. I'll pause. In addition to perm subs at each site and hired daily subs, Level 1 interventions for reduced staff capacity involve a school doing what they have always done in a shortage, shifting resources to ensure the continuation of instruction. Here, specialized instructional staff already at the site step into the role of a quarantined or isolated staff member who in some instances has agreed to teach synchronously when they are well enough to do so. Otherwise, these school specialists carry out the learning plans developed by the teacher. In this instance, Level 1, there are no triggers for alerting parents of closure, as 2 additional tiers of support will kick in before closure is imminent. Again, please take a moment to read the slide. When a school can no longer meet the staffing needs of the building with their perm subs, their hired subs, and their own instructional support staff, which they may have shifted, central support staff will deploy to schools just as they have successfully done on Fridays and Mondays in our initiative a few months ago, and more recently on a daily basis. With Level 2 interventions, a total of up to 50 central support staff will be deployed on a rotating basis around the division at targeted schools. In this level of intervention, the likelihood of closure of a classroom or school remains low. Nonetheless, the Department of Communications and Community Engagement will send a cautionary communication to parents of affected classrooms and schools. And I'll share a few samples in just a few slides. Recognize as staffing numbers increase and decrease at individual schools due to staff wellness or illness, a school may remain for an unspecified period in Level 2. They may shift back to Level 1, or they may move to Level 3. I'll share Level 3 now and ask that you read this slide. I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Forgive me, there's an error in my slide. So if you will look at the details, resource central support staff not to exceed 50 total should be, I believe, 100 total. So when the division has, from Level 2, deployed the full 50 central support staff, and select schools still do not have the capacity to support all classroom absences, Level 3 interventions kick in. This is our all-hands-on-deck intervention, and central support will deploy the staff necessary to keep our classrooms open and our schools open. On day 1 of such deployment, communications will be sent to families warning of a high probability of closure, and 2 days prior to closing, communications will announce specific elementary classroom, middle school grade level closure, or the closure of a high school. These closures will be announced for 3 days, but will be reevaluated to determine ability to return, and as such, could be extended. Now recognize with each of these levels at any time, during the days of Level 3, a school could shift back to Level 1 or Level 2, depending on quarantine staff returning. With an elementary classroom or middle school grade level closure, the first day students will complete work asynchronously. that is on their schedule and time frame to allow for teachers and parent planning. Subsequent days would be taught synchronously. With a school-wide closure to allow for teacher and parent planning, 2 days of asynchronous learning would be planned. Once we return to synchronous on the third day and until the class, grade level, or school reopens, all teaching will remain synchronous. However, in the event a teacher is too ill to teach, we'll default to asynchronous learning if a sub cannot be provided. Here are some details which we will implement with any closing. Students will maintain the same school hours and schedules, and will be provided time for screen breaks throughout the day. At the elementary level, students and parents will also receive from the child's teacher all information needed to engage in learning. For the day, all needed to engage in learning for the day, including time for small group instruction and one-on-one assistance. Our teachers will instruct from the school unless they are quarantined, and breakfast and lunch will be available via the drive-by model that we used earlier during this pandemic. The Department of Communications and Community Engagement has prepared templates for use with both pre-closure and closure messaging. These communications are in development. As I bring to a conclusion the COVID-19 segment of this information meeting, I want to revisit what I told you at the onset. This is a plan for what we know today, for what we know now. We must be willing to couch our plan in cautious terms and to revise our plan as circumstances change. And they are, with this variant, ever-changing. Our goal, and the goal I know you embrace, is to keep our schools safely open for our staff, students, and community. At this time, Mr. Freeman and I will take your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Saltner. We'll begin with Mrs. Riggs.
I guess this is for Dr. Saltner or Mr. Freeman. What is the number that the school has to have to close, or a classroom? What are you using as your?
There are no hard triggers, Ms. Riggs. This is not a green light, yellow light, red light, or a plan like we had in place that we hit a certain positivity rate. We have two plans. One plan is closure due to transmissions at the school, and those decisions will be made in collaboration with the Virginia Beach Department of Public Health. The second plan is that which I shared with you today, and that is the plan for interventions to minimize school closures, and this plan is based on staffing capacity. So there are two plans in operation here.
Thank you.
Mrs. Melnick.
I don't have a question. I just want to say whether anybody agrees or disagrees, what this school division does every single day to keep our students safe as best we can is on display right here. I mean, the amount of work, the questions you must have to ask each other every day, the planning, the preparation, the what ifs, it's truly remarkable. And we have quite a plan. I like the levels, and hopefully Omicron is short-lived. Hopefully I think we've peaked, and hopefully we'll be on the downside. But kudos to you and our team. And on top of that, thank you for stepping in to sub. And I didn't say this earlier, but also I know we have a lot of teachers that listen. Thank you to the teachers also that step in and fill in for their colleagues and are doing everything they can to help us continue to muddle through this. Thanks, y'all.
I wanted to step up and follow up to you, Ms. Riggs, because I'm not sure if you got the answer you were looking for. So, yeah. So here's the challenge. The number of staff absent in a school is ever changing. We had schools that were on our list last week with a large number of staff absences that have not had a large number of staff absences all year. They are no longer on our list. We have a number of schools, I'm going to say 8 to 12 schools, we know we're going to be watching closely every day because they do have normally a larger number of staff who've been out. But even that is changing because those schools, several of those schools were not on our list last week, but they're back on our list this week. So if we tried to give you a number and a threshold, it would be, we're not making a decision based upon that because it changes to tomorrow. And we meet every day at 4:30 with our health department. And so part of that meeting is what's going on with outbreaks. The second part of that meeting is the docile team. They're calling principals because we've looked at the list. We know at 4:30 every day what the projected list of absences are for the next day. We've identified those schools. And then they're getting on the phone and talking directly to the principal. Here's what I'm seeing. We know historically between now at 4:30 and tomorrow at 7:30, it's likely you might get 2 or 3 more. Do you have what you need to cover? Do we need to send you 2 or 3 people? Do we need to send you 5 or 6 people? And that's where the thresholds come in. We, at Dr. Spence, met with senior staff a couple months ago. He said, we will be open 5 days a week. We will do everything we can to be open 5 days a week. If that means we have to go sub, we're going to go sub. So he has subbed. I have subbed. Every chief officer has subbed. David Den got his first experience the other day. And because that's important. We know that's the most important thing for our kids. And so the efforts that go in are efforts where an email will go out to the chief officers about 5:30 from Jim Smith, who says, check the docile site at 8 p.m. tonight, and there'll be yellow highlights, and put names in from your staff who are going to report to those schools. Central support staff know right now to look at that list as well. They see their name deployed, they're going the next day to that school. And as long as we don't exceed our threshold, we're going to stay open every day because that's where our kids are safe. That's where they get fed. That's where the best learning occurs, and that's best for our community. So I hope that helps answer your question.
That helps. Can I follow up? Yeah. Can I follow up?
Yes.
So, I know that we're saying that this has come from the holiday for coming in, but now we've been in, 7 days of school, 8, 9 with the weekend. Now we're seeing kids that are getting it from within the school. Okay, so we know that kids are getting it from each other and people are getting it from each other in the schools. Am I not correct?
I will ask Mr. Freeman to speak to that, and I suspect that the health department, who are in standby for us as well, can address that transmission question.
Yeah, we have Dr. Pradati. The way that you said it was with a degree of certainty that I don't know is there, based on the length of time for the virus. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Pradati to provide any of her perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, Dr. Padati, this is Carolyn Rives, Chair, and just on behalf of all of us, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for, allowing me the opportunity to join you all this evening. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that you all have been doing, to keep kids safe and in school. It's such important work, and I'm really glad to be able to be a part of it. So to get to your question, yeah, so what we know about this virus, particularly this newer strain, is that the incubation period is looking a little shorter. So that does mean that it is likely at this point that in addition to seeing the impacts from things like travel and holiday gatherings and other activities, it's also possible that there's transmission that's occurring within the school setting.
Okay, that answers that question, and I just, so we do have people that are very concerned about their children getting it from within the schools.
Yeah, so, oh, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
They're asking for transparency of what you're gonna do about that, and I'm just repeating questions that my constituents are giving me.
No, this is great. And this is exactly the kind of support that we want to offer from the public health side. So, as I'm sure you're all aware, with the significant increase in case counts and burden at this point, it's not possible to do the same kind of steps and processes that we've been doing for routine case investigation and contact tracing. So, that's why we mentioned, and that's where the information came around modifying those processes to get that information out quicker. So what that means is we focus really hard on places where, we see a lot of transmission or outbreaks. We focus on groups where there are people who are more susceptible, and we focus on ways to get information out quickly and as widely as possible. And so that means encouraging people who are sick to notify their contacts and encouraging people to use the COVIDWise app. Now, I know that that's hard because it represents a change, in what we've known and a change in the procedures. This kind of adaptation to high volume is something we put in place when we see the rapid increase that we've seen here in Virginia Beach in the past several weeks. And it's something that, what we're going to continue to do, right, is evaluate it as we move along. So, every place where we can improve our processes and every place where we can share more information and make sure that we're doing everything we can to get people what they need in order to make those healthy choices and reduce that transmission is exactly where we're going to go. And that's part of why I'd be remiss if I didn't mention one of the biggest things that we can all do at this point is to take advantage of those vaccines, including those booster doses.
Thank you.
Mrs. Anderson, Ms. Manning.
So we were told not too long ago, and I know things are changing. I get that this is an ever-changing virus. We're learning more about it on a daily basis. I understand that. But we were told that one of the ways that we can keep our students in school is by following the mitigation strategies that we have in place. One, wearing masks. Contact tracing is a biggie that we actually last spring we closed down because we couldn't keep up with the contact tracing. Are we contact tracing now? Because we're hearing from parents they're not being notified. They're telling us, our constituents are telling us that contact tracing is not happening anymore. And and that was a huge factor in keeping our kids in school, that we were contact tracing. So is it there's just so many right now that we can't keep up with it? I'm not as confident that our mitigation strategies are actually keeping our kids safe right now. And that worries me. I want our kids to be in school too, but I want them to be safe. I want to know that every time I walk in a building that I don't see masks like this. Yeah, I'm wearing my mask, but it's not up. I want it over their noses. I want it over their mouths. Yes, I want masks for our students because I feel like that is the one mitigation strategy that will help to slow down the virus. I realize that even cloth masks are not the most ideal mask, but the virus has to hit those tiny little holes. And if it will slow down a little bit, that would help, but we have to ensure that those students are wearing the masks properly. And I don't understand why we're not providing at least our staff with N95 masks to make sure, because we've got the money there. Why can't we provide our staff with N95 masks to make sure that they can stay safe? So I know that's a whole bunch of information and a lot of questions I have out there, but my number one thing is, are we contact tracing, and why can't we provide N95 masks for our staff?
So let's start with the mask, just because that was the most recent part that you talked about, and part of the recent guidance that we received. So likely many of you have heard and we heard tonight, there's a lot of discussion about masks and what effectiveness is related
Right.
to that. And there was information that was put out by, and quite honestly, I'm trying to check my notes whether it was VDH or CDC that talked about masks. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Badati, because essentially reading through the guidance that was coming out from one of those bodies, nothing had changed about the masks that they were recommended to be used. Dr. Badati, do I have that correct? And can you provide any more clarification about the discussion about quality of masks?
Yeah, you're right. And I think, again, I fully appreciate how challenging this is. One of the first things I think you said was things keep changing, and they do. And I know that's hard, but that reflects some good things, not always, right? But some good things. And some of it is that we're learning more. And there are some differences between, where we were a year ago and where we are now, and how we use the tools that we have available. But specifically for masks, if you think about the utility or the point of a mask, it's almost similar to what we said and still say around flu, right? We advise you to cover your cough, right? And while it's not perfect and there's different amounts of protection that you can get with the different materials and fit and all of that, they help, right? So even though it's not perfect, it's still good and it helps limit the spread of the virus, makes it harder for it to move between us, which overall lowers the burden and the virus activity. And that's really the goal. So, to come back to your sort of more succinctly your original question, Mr. Freeman, yes, no changes currently to the public health recommendations around mask choice. There are different masks that offer different degrees of protection. Often you need that in certain settings, especially healthcare settings. But right now, the bottom line is you're absolutely right. Masks continue to be a really important tool that we can use to help keep people safe.
There were two questions. There was one mask and there was one contact tracing. I was going to move on to the contact tracing.
Are we contact tracing at all?
So we are under a temporary modification to contact tracing. So if you look at the slide, I brought it up again. So 1,707 cases within the last 7 days per 100,000 of the population. You look back to the numbers in gray, that's what we reported to you on the 6th of December. 124.7. It's over a tenfold increase. There's no way that your staffing, when I say your, that any organization staffing can handle that type of increase and be able to get to the same level of detail. As I shared during the brief, the level of detail that our Virginia Beach Department of Public Health team was able to provide us is exceptional. I am sure that there are other school divisions that can get to that level of detail, but we are unaware what those school divisions are. They were able to look at a very fine level of detail. We're going to get back to that, but it's going to take a little bit of time, and we're going to have to re-implement it in a layered strategy more than likely, and we're working through that. But now we're going to be where a lot of other school divisions were, is you have to use broader metrics. So the discussions that we're having at our 4:30 meetings are along the lines of, hey, we've got 2 positive cases that we know of in this classroom, and we have 4 absentees. Do we have something going wrong? And then our epidemiologists look at it in that context, and they look to see what they can learn if there's a problem in that classroom. So that's an example of using more broad metrics. So the difference is, hey, we've got 2 positive cases. We see a number of absences. Let's go see what we can learn more. Whereas before, what we're doing is we know that this person and this person are positive. This followed a couple of days later. We know that they were in close contact, and then they do the level of detail. So we just don't have that right now. We'll get back to it, but we can still make decisions, make sound safety decisions at our 4:30 meeting based on the information that they're gathering. And we fully acknowledge this is a huge. This peak dwarfs all of the other peak experiences that we experienced before. I will reiterate, these did not happen when we were in a school-based structured environment. They occurred outside that. So now we're handling those consequences. We're doing it safely. We're doing it in line with CDC guidance, VDH guidance. and with the full support of the Virginia Beach Department of Public Health.
So would you say because this variant that's out there now is not, it doesn't seem to be as potent, as life-threatening, I guess we would say, as the first COVID-19 that was out there and we didn't know a whole lot about anyway. Would you say that we're actually treating this one a little bit differently? I mean, this might be for our health department doctor to.
I'll let Dr. Brodati talk about the disease. If you're talking about, are we treating it differently as a staff, I can take that one. I'll turn it over
Right.
to Dr. Brodati for the first part.
I'd like to hear.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. So as the virus changes and as we get more tools and strategies to implement, we will also adjust, and that's appropriate. So, some of these broader measures that we do in terms of sharing information and making notifications, that might seem familiar. It's closer to what we do for other diseases in public health. And so we're leveraging all of the strategies available to us and we're tweaking them as we learn more and as the current conditions shift. And I can tell you, that the early data that's coming out sort of suggesting that this might not be as severe. I think that's really, we're seeing the impact of vaccine, right? The vaccinations, just like everything in life, are not always perfect, but they function again, sort of like flu, where you might not get as sick, you might not have to go to the hospital or die. And that's really phenomenal. And so again, I know this is hard and I know the burden right now is high and there's a lot of virus activity here in Virginia Beach, but we also still have some great tools available to us. And the number one tool, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it really is those vaccines and boosters. They're making a big difference.
Thank you.
Mrs. Manning, then Mrs. Franklin.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for this plan. I think we're planning ahead now for what we're seeing, and in the past, I think that it has been a reactionary, and I think this is planning ahead, and I've been asking for that. So thank you. I greatly appreciate that. And I have heard a few people say that their kids are being told that they need to bring their Chromebooks home daily with them, even if they don't need them in preparations of a closure. But it sounds like that may not be needed because it sounds like there will be some advance notice if that takes place. Is that correct?
I would tell you from what our experiences are now, looking at our target schools, looking at our capacity with central office to go to a level 2 or a level 3, that there would be advance notice. Where we work in consultation, and it is the plan we released to you earlier regarding transmission with the Virginia Beach Department of Public Health, and this is where Jack spoke to the fine detail that the Department of Public Health is going to. It could well be that if we see transmission in a classroom, then we make that decision without notice, and those children would need their Chromebooks. But in terms of the staffing capacity, we foresee having ample time, at least 3 days' notice.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Franklin.
Thank you. This question is actually for the doctor. I'm going to take this. Not ED.
Step away.
Unless you want to try and answer this, Dr. Saltner, you certainly can try. And I just don't want to butcher your name, but I think it's Dr. Brodati, right? But I do want to ask you and take this opportunity because it's pretty clear now that even with the booster, you can still acquire COVID or Omicron. What is the likelihood to shed the virus or to be able to still transmit the virus after you've received the booster? And that's my first question, because my second question is, once we do see more people getting the booster, we should anticipate that the likely next step is that we'll see a huge reduction in the new cases. Would that be correct?
Yeah, you got it. So, you can think of vaccines, right? Like anything else that we learn. If I took Latin back in high school and, used it a little bit in medical school and not a whole lot since, I don't quite remember, all of the intricate phrases, and I'm not up on my Argus steals the dinner, stories, right? But if I remind myself how to do that, if I spend that time, then you get back those skills. That's exactly what we're doing with the additional shot for COVID, right? We've seen that our immune systems can do this. They can learn this. They can learn it really well with these vaccines. And offering that booster after the 5 to 6 month period just gives you that extra sort of, okay, here's how you do it. Here's how you fight it, right? And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. The goal with that is to bring down the overall transmission of the virus. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't still transmit the virus. You can, but it's less likely. And you see that reflected in CDC's new guidance, right? They've recognized that they're incorporating new science, which shows that you don't shed the virus as much in those later days, which is why we feel comfortable shortening those isolation and quarantine time periods. So all of that is taken together to say, just like everything in life, vaccines aren't perfect, but what they can help us do is protect our vulnerable loved ones in our communities, keep people out of the hospital, and keep people from dying. And they're not the same disease, COVID and flu, but increasingly there's some similarities and lessons we can learn. And so if you think about your seasonal flu shot, right? Sometimes you might still get the flu, but it's less severe than it would have been, and you don't have to go to the hospital. And hopefully, we're not seeing those deaths as frequently. And again, I'd be remiss if I didn't put a quick plug in there for it's also not too late to get your flu shot if you haven't done that. Another great thing you can do to keep yourselves healthy.
I can tell you from the Department of Health. Okay. Well, thank you. And so I would anticipate, so in your opinion, and I understand that this is just an opinion, in your opinion, with the fact that we have just come off of a holiday and now that we're getting kids back to school in the safe environment, would your expectation, just again, as an opinion, would your expectation with the fact that we, have these mitigations, we have kids that are, I guess what would the expectation to see, because this transmission level is a little bit shocking, I think, I was not quite expecting that. So would you think that with some of these mitigations and more people getting the booster and the vaccines, that we should likely see a decrease in the next couple weeks? What is your recommendation?
That is indeed what I would be hoping for, and expecting to see. And again, COVID is not exactly the same as flu and other respiratory diseases. But if you think about it, right, it's increasingly behaving like a seasonal respiratory illness. And we do see those increase certainly in the winter. We see them increase when we're in close proximity with one another, when we're traveling, those sorts of things. And so, we understand, of course, realistically, that when transmission is this high, it's possible for exposures to be happening in a variety of settings, right? And so that's all the more reason why availing ourselves, taking advantage of, the vaccine and getting as many people that immunity as possible, and layering together all those other strategies that are so important, right? Wearing masks, using distance, staying home when you're sick. All of that together, does serve to reduce that virus transmission. And that is what we would ideally expect to see in the coming weeks. Now, if I could give you a date, I would. I don't have one, but that is what we hope to see.
And then I just have one last question. I promise I'll leave you alone. So you had mentioned just the regular flu, and I think that we've had some emails and some parents who have said, why in the past, and I'm, now that we, and I definitely understand that we have had a pandemic and it's different than pre-pandemic, but why in the past, if a lot of these same strategies would have offset flu cases, why is it more, why is the Department of Health more adamant about having these layered mitigation strategies, having the masking, having increased social distancing? I would like to hear it from your mouth in terms of why that this is so different from the flu, the past flu cases that we've had. Why these mitigation strategies are much more required.
Yeah, It's a great question. And, I'm really grateful for the chance to have this conversation. So, as I said, increasingly, I do think we're starting to see some behavior and changes of COVID-19 that look more like a seasonal respiratory virus. And, flu is traditionally the model for that. One of the big differences, right, between, where we are today versus where we were a year or even 2 years ago, it has to do with one of the components that we look for when we call something a pandemic, and that's the susceptible population. So, the concern, right, with a brand new virus is that nobody on the planet has the immunity to it, and we can't all get sick at the same time because we need to make sure that our healthcare resources are still available for all the other things we need them for. And so what we're looking for, right, is to see that difference between a brand new virus that we're all susceptible to versus a virus that many of us have had in the past and that we already had a vaccine for, right, which is flu. And so again, it's why I think you're seeing, and which is great, you're seeing the impact of vaccine for COVID. And we've got really phenomenal vaccines. I would say that these vaccines are maybe the greatest scientific breakthrough of all time. And the fact that we were able to get them so quickly and that they work so well means that we're increasingly every day looking at ways that we can do things like keep kids safely in school and get back to our regular activities. But that's really the difference is a new virus that we're all susceptible to versus a virus that, we have some immunity and a vaccine for.
Thank you very much. Great answers. Thanks.
Okay,
Ms.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions. I think maybe only one or two for Dr. Padati, and the other ones might be better for the staff. But my first one is in regards to the changes in quarantining that we're now following the CDC's new recommendation of 5 days, and the days 6 through 10. My understanding is that there should be strict masking going on. And I was hoping that you can kind of just talk a little bit about any concerns we should have or maybe shouldn't have in regards to those days 6 through 10, particularly when I'm thinking about elementary school level, where we know less than 25% of that age group is vaccinated. And we're doing PE unmasked together with, 60 kids in a gymnasium, or the lunches unmasked and not quite 6 feet apart, however far we can get them, depending on the school, depending on the spacing. Is that strict masking, and where should we have concerns, or should we not be concerned by that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's one of those places, right, where we want to do the best we can to lower risk. And that's really what we're talking about overall. So the adjustment from 10 days down to 5 days that CDC made was really recognizing that that risk is lower on days 6 through 10. It's not zero, but it's lower. And so that's what we're trying to reflect. And that's what we try to do when we think about how to apply these strategies, right? We recognize that it might not be perfect, but it does help bring down virus activity. And so the goal, right, is going to be to use those masks consistently, correctly, making sure they're clean, making sure that we try not to touch them too much. But, also recognizing the risk isn't zero, but it's lower, and that's a good thing.
Okay. You mentioned that the different masks and the different materials of masks are going to give different levels of protection. Obviously, any masking is better than no masking. But knowing that the different masks are going to offer different levels of protection, the K95 masks, would you say that those are going to offer the most level of protection, particularly if we have children, say, in a gymnasium with masks off, and a few adults in there with that many children? The K95 would offer the most protection for staff members?
Yeah, so in terms of the masking, there's a couple of benefits, right? One, we often talk about source control, and that's, sort of the cover your cough, keeping droplets, limiting droplets from getting out, recognizing that it might not be perfect, but again, it helps. And then you have a surgical mask, right, which is probably in terms of how close those fibers are and how much you can reduce. It's a little bit tighter, so you'll see less, things getting through. And then, of course, the N95s or KN95s, right, is that next step of protection in terms of filtering what can get through a mask. So, in the healthcare setting, right, we use N95s and in other, settings for different occupations, but often those are really fit tested. So, you're evaluated for the seal around the face and mouth, making sure that it's the right size, making sure that it's working the way it should. So those are the kinds of things that we look for, again, particularly in a high risk healthcare setting to make sure that's working. But you're absolutely right. In general, those masks that are of the N95 or KN95 variety, the goal is to filter smaller particles. But any of those face coverings, that I mentioned are helpful in reducing droplets and reducing the spread, particularly when you're talking about keeping somebody who's infected from spreading to other people.
Okay. And my next question is in regards to testing. And this may be more focused on our admin, but also if there's testing resources are available or testing knowledge that we should know about, I would love to have your weigh in as well. And for full transparency, I'm home virtual because my elementary age child tested positive yesterday and I had to pick her up from school. One of my questions / concerns was that I initially was under the impression that our schools had some at-home testing kits available for when we were sending students home for them to be able to test and determine if they're going to be okay to come back to school the next day because you just have actual sniffles of some other type, or whether you need to be home for 5 days quarantining. And I learned, at least at the school that I was in, which is a Title I school, that the tests that they have are for staff members only. And so, yes, I was able to go and get the child to a urgent care center or whatever and get the test and determine that she was positive and should not be back in school the following day. But for families who don't have the ability to then drive to a different center and sit and wait and have the transportation, or you have other children, are there other resources available for the testing? And if not, are we risking having kids come back in? She didn't have a fever. She could have went back the following day with COVID. What are we doing for that?
I'm not sure that I understand your question.
Do we have testing available for families or places to refer them?
Are you asking that of the health department or Virginia Beach City Public Schools?
At the schools first, and then I guess of the health department.
Okay. From a school standpoint, what you mentioned about the Binax test being prioritized for staff members, that's absolutely true. Given the limited number of tests that are available and knowing that staffing, as we shared, is the number one concern with keeping kids in 5 days of in-person learning, we are prioritizing staff members for those Binax tests. I will turn over what the community resources are to be able to get outside support for the test kits to Dr. Padati.
Yeah, we fully appreciate and we know there's a significant increase in the need for testing right now. So there are some limitations in terms of the availability of at-home kits that we continue to work on, working very close between VDH and other partners across the city. So we're going to continue to explore ways to get more of those available. But we do also have, a series of community testing opportunities that are available by appointment, and also some appointment slots available through the health department. And we also, of course, encourage people to use that test finder tool on the vdh.virginia.gov webpage. But I hear you, and I'm so sorry to hear that you are sick. I hope you guys are feeling better soon. And I can tell you, from the health department side, we definitely understand there's a need, and we continue to look for all the ways we can to help address that.
Okay. And I guess that on our school sites, and maybe this is for for Mr. Freeman, do we have anything that says that for families, hey, here's the test finder tool, or here's where you should go to find these tests, just to make sure that we're providing that? It would be nice if the nurses even just had a handout that they're giving parents as they're leaving. Hey, here's where you can go and get the next steps, so that people have that information.
So it's a good question. I don't want to share with you if I haven't verified that it's on our website or some sort of helpful link or information. So we'll work on that and make sure that that's available.
Okay, thank you. And then before I finish, just for my colleagues, it sounds like we are hearing that different masks obviously offer different levels of protection. And if we are hearing from our staff members that they would feel more comfortable and protected with different masks, I would like for us as a board to explore what needs to happen for us to get those masks out to our teachers. We were talking about things that we can do to retain teachers and make them feel safer. If this is one of the things that they are asking for, I think this is a small and easier one, given all the other things that we're looking at. So I would ask for us to further consider and discuss that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Adams, I can tell you I have it on my list of things to discuss with senior staff.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's one of mine. Okay, Mrs. Melnick, then Mrs.
Just
Anderson.
out of curiosity, are we working in conjunction at all with other divisions? Are they also following this about this same format? Are they doing contact tracing? Is that why it's just, I mean, I don't really, it's not really my business what Chesapeake is doing, but are they closing because of contact tracing or because of staffing issues? Do you know any of that? Just because we're hearing every day on the news that XYZ schools are closed.
Sure, they I think announced they were closing 6 schools, and I don't. So there may be some more. I don't specifically spend my time following Chesapeake because we have enough things on our plate.
Right. No, and I'm just
But
asking.
I will say to your question, we have conversations at the state level.
Okay.
And we have conversations regionally about what things other folks are facing and what they're dealing with and how they're dealing with them. However, you also have to understand, as we experienced in the past, every district has its own health department. Certainly the case here for Chesapeake and Virginia Beach anyway. And they make decisions differently based on their data and what's happening in their buildings at that time. So you've seen that Chesapeake has some metrics. We looked at those metrics. I wouldn't say those were metrics we thought would be appropriate for Virginia Beach for various reasons. But, you heard what we think is an appropriate way for us to approach it as we move
Right.
forward.
Okay.
So, we talk about these things. We understand the different challenges that people have, but every district's situation is different.
Okay, that's fine. I just was a little curious.
Mrs. Anderson.
So I'm not sure who can answer this, but we talked about students and staff, but mainly students I'm thinking about who are out for 5 days, they're quarantined for 5 days, and then they can come back. And then for that next 5 days, they're supposed to be under strict guidelines for wearing a mask. What happens at PE? Are we asking those particular students to maybe sit out of PE for 5 days so that they don't have to exercise with a mask on? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. The
Because
answer is
everybody else is going to take their mask off, but these particular people have been out for 5 days quarantined, and now they're coming back, and they're supposed to be wearing a mask strictly for 5 days more. Yet, we've relaxed it and said they can take their masks off at PE. So, but these students may still be a little contagious. We don't know. I mean. As I said before, we're still learning about this virus, and there are things I'm curious as to what are we going to do for those particular students who are supposed to be strictly wearing masks for 5 days after they come
right.
back.
We talk about that one in depth, and I'll point you to the slide that's up here because you can see 2 different cases. So in the first case, they talk about isolation.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, isolation or someone who was suspected or confirmed to have COVID. And the language that they use is follow that by 5 days of wearing a mask when around others to minimize the risk of infecting people they encounter. So these are people that were known to have the virus,
Right.
and that's the language that was used. On the next one, where these are people in quarantine who were exposed, who never went on to develop positive symptoms. And in
Okay.
this case, they use the word followed by strict mask use for an additional 5 days. So you can see the difference. So we're using this word strict, but even when they're talking about somebody who was confirmed to be positive, the word strict wasn't used. And when they used quarantine, they used the word strict. All right, so that's one perspective. The other perspective is when we talk about strict mask usage, it's kind of a spectrum. It's kind of open to interpretation. And some hear strict mask usage and they think you never take off your mask. Other than a medical environment, it's hard to understand organizations that have a more strict mask policy than what schools have and what we have here in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. So from a spectrum, it's about as good a mask compliance as you're going to see at organizations such as this. And I don't mean that strictly related to schools. So with that as context, we know that in the lunch environment, they're going to need to eat,
Right.
they need to drink, they're going to take their mask off.
Right.
We will maximize the distancing that we can get, knowing that we can't always get to 6 feet. In PE, we know that they're going to be, in the wintertime, when we have to put them inside a gymnasium, they're going to be less than 6 feet. And there is a provision to not wear your mask in PE. We do not have the resources to be able to identify who those kids are that need to wear masks. And we would not recommend that we enforce that these specific groups have to wear masks during PE while everybody else doesn't wear their masks. We had that specific conversation with the Virginia Beach Department of Public Health. The balance of risk is that it is more appropriate to continue with the mitigations that we have during health and PE and monitor as best we can. And we will be able to get back to that level of, fine level of detail that we're monitoring transmission in schools and balance the risk.
Okay. I'm glad that you had that conversation because it is just questionable, but.
Okay, so it looks like we're ready to wrap up, and now I have a concluding question, and it probably traces back to Mrs. Riggs' original question, just so we're all clear on this. So this has to do with staffing capacity, and we don't know with Chesapeake if it's because they're not doing what we're doing from a staffing standpoint and this and that. But for my own benefit too, transmission and student absenteeism, that's what's being discussed on a daily basis. So that student absenteeism is still a factor in this whole picture?
It is indeed, and that is where the health department has that fine detail with positive cases to know where transmissions, hotspots are occurring in a school, and we will respond to those. And that is no different than it has been since September. We've merely
Because I'm
increased-
not sure that message is going to get out of this meeting, so I wanted to be sure it is.
And I
I mean,
think-
Dr. Padati, that's true. I mean, I think it's a noble effort to say we want to keep schools open, but we have to also, I mean, there is a threshold here. And I think we just want assurance that there would be a threshold when it comes to student absenteeism, which would be the direct sign of transmission. Whether the transmission is within the school or without, at that point, it doesn't matter where they're getting it. It's just that they're in school and they're infecting others, right?
We
Or
are
Dr.
looking at-
Padati, am I on the right track here?
You are, and again, I would echo, even though I'm new, I've been very impressed by the collaboration that I've already seen, across the health department and all of the staff, throughout the schools who are working on this. We absolutely have those conversations every day about the trends that we're seeing, absenteeism, concerns for what might be going on in a classroom versus a building versus other settings. And we will absolutely continue to have those and make adjustments when we need to, when we start to see signals that things are increasing. And similarly, if there are appropriate times, hopefully when this peaks and we start to see that decrease in activity, again, making those adjustments at that right time as well. But taking that picture together is exactly what we're going to continue to do, and making those changes when it's appropriate is what we'll do as well.
Okay. And just a caveat to that, particularly at the high school level, where the kids are at an age where they don't, most of them need childcare. I understand we have certain special needs students, but we had a whole year of virtual, and for a short limited amount of time, just hearing from some of these teachers, a week or two of virtual would actually be superior, and not just more stability, but they'd be taught by their teacher, and I just hope that's all, and I think it's sounding like that would all be considered.
It is
So,
indeed.
Okay. All right, a good lively discussion. Thank you so much, staff. And again, please convey to your respective departments how much we as a school board have appreciated stepping into the schools to keep this operation going.
We appreciate that public acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our second, another light subject here. Hello, Mr. Delaney. That was said with all respect. High school scheduling 22-23.
I took it as such, and I'll try and keep the mood light as we go through this. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the board, and Dr. Spence. As you know, this is our third presentation regarding the desire to move to a new high school scheduling model for the 2022-23 school year. During the school board retreat in July and at the November 9th school board workshop, information was provided outlining the steps that have been taken along with the understanding that a recommendation would be brought to the board in January. We are now at that point. With me today to assist in questions are Ms. Leanne Turnbull-Pallett, principal of Salem High School. Ms. Turnbull-Pallett has led a group of a scheduling committee of principals, select assistant principals with master scheduling experience, directors, and the school counseling specialist. Also with me is Bobby Jamieson, coordinator of school counselors, and members of the Department of Secondary Teaching and Learning, to include our math coordinator, Thomas Coker. They represent just a very small portion of individuals that have been involved in this work, and I greatly appreciate the leadership and insight they've provided. I'd like to start this presentation by emphasizing that the scheduling recommendation that we are making is not to move to a strict 4x4 schedule. It is our intention to illustrate that clearly tonight. The two visual representations illustrated on the slide really represent the driving force around our desire to change the high school scheduling model. As you know, our school division's graduate profile, located in the center of our strategy map on the left, drives much of our deeper work in the school division and is anchored in our strategic plan, Compass to 2025. It is the aim of Compass to 2025 to prepare all students to be future ready. Compass to 2025 is the guiding planning document for all of our high schools. Strategies outlined in each goal are reviewed as a school leadership team and drive the mission, vision, and goals for the current year and the years to come. The symbol on the right side of the slide highlights the work that has been taking place around redesigning our high school experience for our students. It's important to note that conversations around redesigning the high school experience have taken place for many years. High school principals really initiated the work more deeply during the 2018-19 school year and increased that as a primary focus for high school principals during the 2019-2020 school year. As a result of this work, the 4 pillars of high school redesign, which are listed on that slide, were developed. Components of each pillar are clearly identified, encompassed to 2025, and in some instances have been part of our work as a school division for several years. It's important to note that each pillar is supported by 3 foundational principles of equity, social emotional learning, and innovation. I think it's essential that we continue to highlight the principle of innovation. As we move into a post-pandemic reality, we have the potential to develop innovative solutions, in order to best serve our students' needs and to ensure that students are future ready. Over the past several years, principals, assistant principals, and school counselors have continually felt that the current scheduling model has several limitations and inhibits our ability to achieve the goals outlined in Compass to 2025. From a historical perspective, the current AB block schedule was piloted at Prince Anne High School during the 1994-95 school year. And all high schools operated on this schedule since 1999. As you know, much has changed in that time, especially in our school division. We now have 8 academies, 3 centers, increased AP course offerings, dual enrollment offerings, a learning management system, and all students receiving a computer device, just to name a few. With all of those changes, our schedule has remained the same. We learned several lessons from the implementation of the 4x4 schedule during the 2020-21 school year. In this quote, I believe effectively summarizes much as we've observed and heard. As a quick reminder, the move to a 4x4 schedule was to minimize the impact of COVID-19. The goal was to minimize the course load for students, minimize the number of students that each teacher was serving, and limit the number of daily interactions between students and teachers. The decision at that time to move to a 4x4 schedule, I believe, was made in July. Master schedulers, curriculum developers, and coordinators in building leadership worked diligently to get this in place prior to the opening of schools. We also know that we started the year virtually and eventually moved to a hybrid model of face-to-face concurrent teaching. Throughout the 2020-21 school year, principals, teachers, and students were provided the opportunity to provide feedback on several topics, to include the 4x4 schedule. I shared much of that at the summer retreat in July. At the high school level, similar to what you heard this evening, students expressed mixed emotions regarding the 4x4 schedule compared to the traditional AB schedule. Teachers reported that some students generally expressed liking the new structure, while others were looking forward to a return of an AB schedule. In both instances, the rationale was not surprising. Students in support of 4x4 liked that they had a smaller number of classes to focus on and could earn a credit within a term. Students in favor of return to AB discussed the concerns about how fast the course was moving and the impact on AP and IB preparation. Based on that feedback, similar to what you see on the slide here in the quote, and the lessons learned, work accelerated on develop a flexible scheduling model that best meets the needs of students. Again, I'd like to remind the board and people listening that we provide clarity on what we mean by flexible scheduling. Simply put, we are developing a scheduling model that maximizes the opportunities provided for students and allows us to maximize how we utilize teachers and staff. Again, this is not a move to a strict 4x4 schedule. The main goal of this schedule is to maximize opportunities for students to meet their academic and career goals, exhibit the skills outlined in the graduate profile, and to ensure that students are future ready. Future ready skills that will serve them whether they decide to enroll in post-secondary education, enlist in the military, or seek employment upon graduation. The roadmap outlined in this slide was shared in our presentation with the board in November. I ask that you focus your attention to the green highlighted area on the slide. Over the past month, school counseling department chairs attended the High School Principal League meeting. During this meeting, Ms. Turnbull Pallett provided an outline of the work the scheduling committee engaged in from September through November. Shortly following that meeting, Ms. Turnbull Pallett and I attended the secondary school counselor meeting led by Bobby Jameson, where this information was provided to all secondary counselors. Furthermore, all high school master schedulers meet regularly to discuss this proposal, to gain a better understanding of flexible scheduling model, and to begin to map out what this master scheduler could look like. Master schedule, my apologies. In all instances, participants were able to provide feedback and to ask questions. Ms. Turnbull Pallett and her committee working with master schedulers have either answered those questions or ensured that we have planned to address once the schedule is approved. Principals have been engaging their teaching staff about the recommendations, soliciting feedback, and they've been providing that feedback to me and Department of School Leadership. Continual work has taken place between the Department of School Leadership, the Department of Teaching and Learning, to include OPEC, and the Department of Technology to ensure that we can move forward in an efficient manner if the recommendation is approved.
I'm sorry. I just got notified by a parent that the slide is not being displayed properly on the website. So I just want to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposed flexible schedule model provides if you take a look at the slide here, you will see that the proposed flexible scheduling model provides increased opportunities for students to take advanced courses, access more elective courses, and provides the opportunity to participate in work-based learning. The proposed schedule allows students to participate simultaneously in advanced coursework while enrolling in one of our centers. Under the current schedule, students often must decide between one or the other. The proposed schedule will also provide the opportunity for more students to achieve an advanced diploma. Under the current scheduling model, we have students that by the end of the 10th grade are unable to obtain an advanced diploma. Specifically, the world language and social studies requirement can oftentimes be a barrier. They are unable to take the necessary coursework other than attending summer school. The proposed schedule removes this barrier. Finally, the recommended schedule provides increased opportunities for students to recover lost credits, thus increasing the opportunity to graduate on time. With the work of the scheduling committee, the proposed high school schedule is outlined on this slide. All core classes will be scheduled as a 4x4 course with some exceptions, and I will demonstrate an example of that in our sample student schedules. Classes specific to special education, AP, IB, Academy, Band, Orchestra, Chorus, AVID, Dual Enrollment, Virginia Teachers for Tomorrow, ESL, and other specialty programming will be scheduled on the AB schedule. I will, though, share an example where a specific AP course may be more beneficial in the 4x4 model. However, this will be in rare circumstances. The Secondary Department of Teaching and Learning has been essential in identifying those courses that would best serve student needs in this model, to include the Office of Programs for Exceptional Children, the Department of Gifted Services, Career and Technical Education, Fine Arts, and School Counseling. The schedule will include common planning blocks for professional learning communities to work collaboratively. I think it'll be extremely helpful to look at some sample student and teacher schedules. This should provide additional clarity regarding the scheduling recommendation and emphasize the opportunities the schedule provides for our students. I'd like to give you just a moment to review this schedule. This is the example of a 9th grade student. This is also an example of a core class that could be taught on the AP block. This schedule would also mirror, in many instances, a schedule of a 9th grade student with a disability. In this example of a 9th grade student, the student is able to receive the necessary support in everyday mathematics on the AB schedule, while also getting the opportunity to complete sequential elective requirements in the 9th grade via 4x4 course options. Those are the courses specifically outlined in Block 4. Furthermore, the schedule provides the student additional flexibility to engage in more CTE courses noted on Block 4, thus providing the opportunity to explore other areas of interest through electives. By the end of this student's freshman year, the student would meet the graduation requirement of sequential electives. This is not possible under the current model. Also, in the everyday math example, a student with disabilities has the potential in the future for a credit accommodation due to their completion of the Algebra Lab course. I want to give you a moment to take a look at an example of a 10th grade course. 10th grade student schedule. You will note in Block 3 that this schedule allows for a student to complete the world language requirement for an advanced diploma and complete the econ personal finance requirement for graduation during his sophomore year. This gives students an opportunity to engage in other rigorous academic courses or programs in the 11th and 12th grade year. For some perspective, quite often students that have been accepted to our centers take econ personal finance online or in summer school. With this schedule in mind, let's take a look at 11th grade schedule. Keeping the previous schedule in mind, where the student was able to complete 2 graduation requirements by the end of 10th grade, this student is able to take part in the Career and Technical Education Center course without having to go to summer school. Just so you know, this would apply to the Advanced Technology Center, and it will also apply to the Environmental Studies program. Going back up a little bit higher, and this was true in many of the other samples, but I'm going to note it here, that this student will achieve 2 credits during term 1 with AFTA and Virginia U.S. History, and illustrates the reduced course load which many of our students enjoyed on the 4x4 schedule. And finally, I'd like to take a look at a very rigorous 12th grade schedule that I think truly highlights the opportunities for students to engage in advanced coursework and also to follow their passions. With this schedule, the senior would be able to engage in advanced placement courses on an AB as well as a 4x4 schedule. If you recall earlier, I said where there might be a unique circumstance of where an AP can be done on the 4x4. Very rare. The student would take AP English Literature, AP Government, and AP Biology in the AB format, while the student will be able to take both AP Calculus, AB, and BC during the same school year on the 4x4 model. Again, this is the rare circumstance that I shared previously. Taking AP Calculus AB and BC in the same year is uncommon in the current format. Typically, students must take AP Calculus AB during their junior year and AP Calculus BC during their senior year. Other important points to highlight on this student schedule is their ability to not only to take the additional advanced level coursework, but to continue their work in advanced band. Also want to highlight in this example that I used AP Calculus for a 12th grade student. But it's also important to note that many of our 11th grade students would meet the requisites to take the AP Calculus on the 4x4 model. I share this because this would provide that 11th grade student the opportunity to enroll in Calculus 2 or 3 from a dual enrollment perspective class at TCC during their 12th grade year. I believe this used to be called Vector Calculus. These are just 4 examples of schedules that will apply under the new model. We feel like these examples provide a strong understanding of the possibilities of this model and provides opportunities for students to maximize their opportunities. I also think it's very important to share some teacher schedule examples. David, is there potentially batteries or? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Ms. Kite. Appreciate it. Give you a moment to read the separate teacher schedules on this slide. This is an example of 3 separate teacher schedules that could be utilized under this model. In the first example, the teacher is teaching both English 12 and AP English 12. The teacher has one block of planning each day, noted by the green common planning block. The teacher has 2 blocks of English 12 each day for semester 1, and a new set of students to fill these classes semester 2, as noted on the schedule. Those are the 4x4 classes. The teacher also has an AP class that will meet on the AB schedule. In the second schedule, an English 9 teacher has common planning block each day during block 3. This teacher has 3 English 9 4x4 classes that meet daily. A new set of students would start second semester. In the final example, the social studies teacher has AP government courses that meet every other day all year on the AB schedule. Teacher has second block planning each day and has a government 4x4 class each semester as indicated on block 4. All scenarios prevent teachers from exceeding the 150 student each semester and provide opportunities for students to reset if they have not met with success. What I mean by that is a student in a government 4x4 term 1 that does not meet success in that course, they can take government 4x4 term 2. This slide provides a sample of schedules for world language teachers, health and PE teachers, and an orchestra teacher. Again, these schedules were developed collaboratively with our scheduling committee and Department of Teaching and Learning directors and coordinators. The world language teacher would teach AP Spanish on the AB schedule while teaching Spanish 3 on the 4x4 term 1. They would engage a new set of students on the 4x4 schedule term 2. The PE teacher would teach both on the AB model and on the 4x4 model, which may be a question you have for me when we get to that point, and I can share more detail on the rationale for that schedule. The orchestra teacher schedule highlights the commitment to maintaining an AB schedule for band and orchestra, but also highlights where a 4x4 option may be beneficial, as illustrated by guitar being taught on a 4x4 schedule. Guitar, in many instances, is a very popular class. Unfortunately, many students are not able to take it in the AB model because it cannot fit in other areas of their schedule. This could also apply to intro to art, piano, theater as well. In meeting with our fine arts teachers, they feel very excited about those opportunities. The example I will give you, the board was very excited about the new AP Digital Art Design courses that were presented last month that had prerequisites to be able to take that. This increases this scheduling model that we're proposing, increases the potential for more students to engage in that work. As we look at next steps, we want to provide additional opportunities for students and families to learn more about what this schedule can provide. We have scheduled a community engagement webinar for January 20th at 6 p.m. The goal is to provide a brief presentation and to answer questions. If the scheduling model is approved, additional webinars will be held in February and March. Although we received feedback from teachers during the 2020-21 school year and through conversations with their principals and admin team during the current year, as I talked about earlier, we will engage high school teachers at the teacher assembly on January 19th. If the board accepts the recommendation for the high school schedule on the 25th, school counselors and case managers will finalize student schedules and IEPs. They will be meeting with those students individually to ensure that their schedule matches the proposed schedule. Master schedulers will continue to work collaboratively to develop a schedule that meets the requirements as outlined in this presentation. Building level principals will continue to communicate with teachers, students, and families. The Department of Teaching and Learning will move forward with developing professional development for teachers. The Department of Technology will continue to prepare course codes, prepare training for master schedulers, and prepare synergy for the new model. Essentially, that is the timeline from February through July. In summary, I'd like to emphasize, again, that the proposed schedule has been developed with the goal of maximizing student opportunities as clearly outlined in our strategic plan, Compass to 2025. Goal 3 challenges us to engage all students in rigorous, authentic, and student-centered learning to help them identify their passions, take ownership of their learning, and create a plan for pursuing their post-secondary goals. With our continued focus on academic and career planning, this schedule provides students with the ability to take advanced courses, obtain an advanced diploma while exploring elective or center opportunities, and engage in work-based learning opportunities that will be essential as they graduate with the necessary skills to enroll in college, enlist in the military, or be employed. We truly believe that this is an important initial phase of looking at how we use our schedule to develop future-ready students. As I shared in the introduction, with me today to assist in questions are Ms. Leanne Turnbull-Pallett, Principal of Salem High School, Bobby Jamison, Coordinator of School Counselors, and members of the Department of Secondary Teaching and Learning. Before I take questions, the principal of me comes out when I hear some students come up and eloquently kind of share some concerns. And the principal in me says, I want to address that directly without having you guys have to ask that question. So one that I believe really stood out to me in both examples, that there was not going to be any study blocks. So let me just go back, if I can, to this 12th grade schedule. And those of you on the board that have had recent graduates probably will completely understand what I'm saying here when we look at the 12th grade schedule right here. Typical 12th grade student is going to look at that schedule and goes, where's my 4th block early release, right? They're all going to say, I want to take this rigorous schedule, but I need a 4th block early release. In some instances, I need to go to work. Some instances, I need to pick up my elementary school brother or sister. In some instances, I just want to be off. I play a sport, go home and eat, take a nap, and then I can come back. That possibility still exists, and academic support blocks will be provided. I think where the confusion comes in with our students is we are asking school counselors to register them for 8 classes right now, and there's 2 reasons for that. One is if we adopt this model, it makes it a lot easier to roll those schedules into the new model. Secondly, and this happens at some high schools but not all, even under this current model, they will say register for 8 because if something does not make, you now have the option of what you want to pick to take out of the 8 that you selected. So it's not uncommon for us to ask them to do that. But I wanted to address that concern that the young lady who had 5 AP courses, bless her heart, if you take a look at that schedule, you would recognize here would be very similar, where you would embed a study block here so she could manage that course load as needed. That student, for example, probably has already achieved the world language in that block 4. Would say, I don't need that world language. I've already gone, or is in an AP world language already. And so you would say, let's move you into a study block if that's what they decide to do. You also heard a lot about feedback and options and choice. Where that really comes to a head with students is in their one-on-one meetings with their school counselor around their selection of courses. A presentation can do that, but until you sit in front of them and say, here's your course options, and here's how it's going to set up, what would you like to do with that? That's where the real kind of rubber meets the road for a student to feel comfortable that they've selected a schedule that best meets their needs and their goals moving forward. I also before I take questions, want to remind you as well of the excitement we had when Dr. Lockett presented on the apprentice program at Newport News Shipbuilding. And how do we get kids into that? And she talks a lot about the hospitality industry and how do we get them into that. I will tell you the current scheduling model makes that a little bit more challenging to provide that opportunity for kids. Because again, if I'm a student that takes English 12 4x4, Government 12 on a 4x4, my schedule is now open to pursue those opportunities that currently is a lot more challenging to do. Currently, students often have to go online, take an online course, go through Virtual Virginia or others. We're trying to really maximize the time and space when they're in our classrooms and in our school. So I know I said I was going to let you ask some questions, but I just wanted to cover a couple of those prior to.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. We'll begin with Mrs. Anderson, then Mrs. Manning.
So my question has to do with fine arts, band in particular. We had some band directors who contacted us, and they were concerned that their students might not. They can take band year round. That's not the problem, but the problem I think had to do with advanced band and other courses that go along with it, and they were worried that the student wouldn't be able to get in some of those classes. But are you ensuring that won't happen? I mean, that they're able to?
The reason I said I'll probably come back to this 10th grade example, and this could apply in other grades, but this is the 10th grade example where somebody might say, why is health and PE offered A, B, and on the block schedule?
Okay.
So that one of the things that accomplishes is this. Master schedulers have to have some pairings of classes.
Uh-huh.
And typically where they're trying to find that pairing right now is in elective classes. But we can take NJROTC, you can take band, you can take many others, and say, how are we pairing those together? So you may have a student, and I'm not necessarily using the advanced band example here, but it would fall in line, that signs up for Health and PE 10 AB because they are in another class that's on the AB, and that matches within their schedule. John Brewington is a unbelievable he's the coordinator of the music department here in Department of Teaching and Learning. If you ever met John, he's an unbelievable advocate for music and his teachers. John and I sat down along with Dr. DeFries and said, let's talk through this schedule to ensure that it meets what you're capable of doing. John was really excited about the fact that there's opportunities maybe for a guitar class or a piano class to go 4x4 because we miss students that want to do that. I probably have one at home that would have jumped all over the 4x4 guitar example.
Right.
But to answer your question, yes, the goal is to allow them to, what did we hear last year? It's having a huge impact on my ability to learn how to play music and to stay connected to the band.
Right.
And so we've addressed those components.
Okay. I felt obligated to ask that question because we got, we heard from constituents that were worried about that, from our stakeholders that were worried about that, and rightly so, especially in some of the schools where they may not have a strong middle school, band leading into it. So I think there are some schools, have middle schools who have a lot more students who are in band, and they go into it in high school. So other schools don't. So, but I want to look out for that. I'm a strong believer in fine arts as well. So.
And again, Ms. Anderson, that 12th grade schedule really tried to identify that need that they could do both. And in my conversations with Mr. Jameson, again, the coordinator of school counselors, the thing school counselors really struggle with at times is having kids have to decide one or the other because of the scheduling model.
Mm-hmm.
And this
This
allows
really
that to
sounds like
go.
you're going to do a lot of individualized scheduling for these students. Counselors are going to be busy.
Yes, they are, but yeah, I think it's going to be much better. We believe it's going to be much better for those options for kids.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mrs. Manning, then Mrs. Melnick.
Thank you. So when this was first presented to us, I was very excited because it could potentially open up some more opportunities for our students. And I'm still excited about that. But after hearing from some teachers and some students and some parents and kind of exploring things on my own, I'm not completely sold, so I have some questions.
Sure.
Regarding foreign language, I see here on the schedule that you've got French 2 followed by French 3 in the same year. But what if a student took French 1 on a 4x4 in fall of 2022 and then didn't take French 2 until the fall of 2023? They're going to have some learning loss there. Are we going to prohibit that from happening? If you take a 4x4 language, is it going to have to be within the same year?
No, it's not, and I'm going to be very careful not to say we're explicitly doing something certain ways, because as you know, a master schedule is driven by student decisions and staff allocations. The example you see here, we believe would be the best way to handle it. That doubling up allows a student to get the advanced diploma component of it done, but I can't make a guarantee that in year one, you may not have that gap involved in world language until the counselors in the school sit down with students and really see what that enrollment pattern looks like. What sometimes you will find in a world language, because as you move up in that course, enrollment doesn't always increase with it. So in some of our upper level, you might be able to pair that up in that manner. But in terms of the answer to your question is, the hope is we can do that. I can't guarantee that's going to occur as every school sits down with their students and sees what they're scheduled.
Okay, that's a concern of mine, and it was a concern of a teacher. I mean,
And can I interject yet with that? Because what is the difference between not being able, the guarantee of a spring course following a fall course and sophomore year following freshman year? Why is this suddenly less reliable, if I'm hearing you? Should I rephrase my question?
I don't understand the question.
Well,
but
I mean, there's never been an issue before. If a student took French 1 as a freshman, they're going to get it as a sophomore. It's going to be available. So
Yeah.
why
Correct.
would it not be available in the spring semester to somebody from the fall semester? What's the difference?
The difference can be the number of enrollments that occur during that year. The likelihood is that it's there, but what I'm trying to share with you is they're driven often by enrollments. So you could have in year one, for example, students currently enrolled in World Language 2 on the AB schedule. They will enroll in World Language 3 next year. Could be a significant amount of numbers. So what I'm sharing with you is how you puzzle piece that master schedule will determine that ability to do it. We put it on that screen because we do think it's possible, and we do think it can happen. I'm just sharing with you that I can't guarantee that in every instance, you're gonna have that back to back. And Ms. Manning, we do share some of those concerns around those gaps that exist as well, and we're working to mitigate some of those pieces.
Okay. You know, my next concern is when people hear 4x4, and I'm already hearing it because the rumor's out there that we're doing 4x4 and that's what's out there because of people's experience from last year, staff and students and parents. Along with that, I've already received an email saying course registration begins on January 18th and parents should go ahead and start looking at it. Here's where you go. But when you print out the course selections, it doesn't say anything about 4x4 or AB. It doesn't mention anything about that in the email. So these course registrations are going out. Families are being told to register, but they haven't been told anything about this and the board hasn't approved it. So I have great concern about kind of putting the cart before the horse
Correct.
here. And I understand that we need plenty of time to be able to do the registration. I know this is a huge process. So, I mean, how are we addressing that? This is going out and then
Correct.
people are gonna be like, oh my gosh, a month later after I've already registered.
I'll bring Bobby Jamison up to give you the details of what goes on to register students. I will share with you when they put out what their course requests are, they're not finished with that process. So this is the initial phase of that piece, but I'll let Bobby talk through kind of the next steps around the school counseling process.
Good evening. Excuse me. Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, Ms. Manning, to answer your question. So as students are going through the process of selecting courses for next year, we need them obviously to pick a full schedule. Those individual meetings that we're having with students focus on interests and meeting graduation requirements. And given that that's the driving factor behind the courses that we are selecting, that is not going to change whether we're on an AB or we're on this flexible schedule. And so counselors in schools have been told, work with students to select those 8, knowing that if we move forward with this flexible scheduling model, there might be additional flexibility in another conversation I need to have with you because something might change, or all 8 courses can be fit in, or as we pointed out before, you may actually want to change to an academic support block. And that's an additional conversation for us to have. Similarly, if we do not move forward with this flexible schedule and we stay on the AB, I already have your 8 courses, nothing really would change. And it's a matter of which courses make and which ones don't. And it's still a follow-up conversation. And parents would still have information during the course verification process in March, where information is mailed home and conversations can occur again.
Okay, I love that. But I would like for that to be put out to parents right now. For parents to know, hey, the school board is looking at a flexible scheduling model with more options for students. They're still gonna, have access to all their classes, but we could have some opportunities for different models of 4x4 or AB. I think that information needs to go out now because there's rumors out there right now. There's rumors that they're not going to get a study block because they're being told to get 8 classes. So I think that we need to get ahead of those rumors because the way you just explained it to me, great, awesome as a parent.
Understood. And some of the things, I'm not going to speak for every instance of how things have been communicated, but I will tell you, with the variety of factors that schools are working through and with the information that is being communicated, some things are planned to occur now that we did want to occur previously, where that information session, next Thursday will occur. And then additional conversations with teachers, knowing full well that we still have ample time before course selections are confirmed or verified in March to really make sure everyone's on the same page. And while I'm up here, I do want to take an opportunity just to share with you, one, to reiterate, so I really appreciate your question, Mrs. Manning, how the course selection process is driven by graduation requirements and student interests.
Yeah.
And so as a student is working with their counselor one-on-one to make that decision, they need those courses and they're going to get those courses. Similar to your question about French or Spanish with the example. I want to clarify how a student will get what they need year to year. So the learning loss is an issue that needs to be mitigated, needs to be discussed. We have ample opportunities with our LMS to fill in some of those gaps. But at the same time, I want to
make sure we leave on the same page of student needs 3 years of world language or 2 years of 2, that they can and will get that in 2 consecutive years. It just may have the gap in between. With that, the additional opportunities, because I feel as if sometimes we hear, working with a student one-on-one, but what does that conversation actually look like? So student, for whatever reason, started high school, and it didn't start out as well as we would like, and therefore we need English 9 and English 10. Right now, as we all know, we talk about our summer school numbers, and we talk about our summer school program, and we talk about students having to give things up in the summer to make an opportunity happen to stay on track for graduation. This flexibility provides an opportunity for that student to not miss any of those opportunities that other students are able to engage in, enrichment in the summer, whatever that might be. And they could then take, if unfortunately they did not pass term 1, they could then potentially repeat that needed English 9 course term 2. Or we can go ahead and plan that for family reasons, I'm leaving, online learning doesn't work for me, I can't be in the area. I can now take English 9 and English 10 with a VBCPS student, a teacher, in person that following year and still stay on track. So those are some of those conversations that we're having. So when I look at that student and I say we need to pick out courses, let's go ahead and put 9 and 10 for next year, or we'll revisit that later when final grades are closer, and we work through it. On the flip side, from an enrichment standpoint, I am super excited for students to be able to take additional AP courses as they move through some of the other required courses on that 4x4 model. Increased dual enrollment options, environmental studies has been discussed. People have asked, how can we really bump this up? Looking at prerequisites, but by managing the opportunities for students to meet those prerequisites by the end of 10th grade is super important. And I'll end with that world language social studies example that you heard earlier. Again, we love our students. Sometimes it's a little tough to say, you came in as a 9th grader, you told me you wanted to pursue a standard diploma. I'm telling you, you should pursue an advanced studies diploma. And in 10th grade, although your parents told you, we told you, you didn't want to take that additional social studies. So now I'm going into 11th grade. I need 2 world studies credits, but in 11th grade, you take VA US history, and in 12th grade, you take government. But now I have a lingering social studies. Flexible scheduling prevents me from having that student having to go to summer school. They can go ahead and take that on a 4x4 and stay on track. Same thing happens with world language. So I just wanted to emphasize those few points. Selecting 8 courses, maximize opportunities, whether 4x4, whether flexible or AB. We're going to revisit this in March to confirm those course selections.
Okay, this is wonderful. I think we need a Mr. Jameson informational video sent to parents and students. And I'm serious. I'm so very
I believe
serious.
that's planned for January 20th. I will be there 6 o'clock for anyone who would like to attend.
Well,
please do.
I mean, I think widely distributed via email to every parent, because everything you just said eased my mind a lot. So, and then just one last thing, one of the questions that we got from some of our teachers and a concern that I have is we have inclusion classes where we have students with special needs who this is going to be really hard for them to keep up in a 4x4 model. What are we doing for them?
So I don't want to speak out of turn for anyone.
You're doing great, Bob.
Thank you, sir. So I really do want to talk about, in this instance for that question, the core courses being on a 4x4. So as you know, imagine if I'm literally cutting some of the work in half of what you have to manage on a day-to-day. So from that executive functioning skills standpoint, I'm now focused on English 9, and I'm focused on science.
Okay.
Term 2, I might be focusing on algebra with lab, which could be my academic concepts class, or it could be, and that lab section, with maybe health and PE and some other electives. So I'm getting the day-to-day instruction while not having all of my core courses at one time. So over the course of 2 days of instruction, instead of having 4 core courses to worry about, I'm only worrying about 2. So that's really where some flexibility comes into place. And again, if additional enrichment is needed, we now have a 4x4 section in term 2 to help with any gap or learning loss or an academic support block could be added in addition to an academic concepts block to prepare for summer enrichment or into next school year.
Let me provide another example. I'll tap in on this
There we
one
go.
now. Because Ms. Manning, you talk about what you're hearing from teachers, and sometimes you don't hear from teachers that are excited about some of the opportunities that here. And so an example I have is a English 9 teacher that I spoke with said, where this can be really effective in some cases to your students with disabilities and others, is they can take a life skills class term 1 as they transfer in, or as they transition into 9th grade, and take that English 9 class term 2. They can get some of those other courses in that period. In some instances, they can take their reading course term 1, English course term 2. In talking to Ronnie Myers-Dobb and Ms. Sotomayor, we've had that conversation of let's look at these schedules and see what best meets the needs of those students, including what Bobby spoke about as the reduced course load. What was also interesting in that conversation with the teacher who was a little bit different than what we heard in some instances from others. She said she liked, one, the lower course number of students she was working with allowed her to develop better relationships with kids, minimize the time she was spending grading papers because she had much lower than 150 students, where she felt was able to allow her to give better feedback to students in the work they're submitting. So I want to be real careful not to generalize to what teachers are feeling or students are feeling. Their feelings are legitimate. I want to say that first and foremost, that anxiety is there and it's real and it's not something that I want to disregard. But I also want to make sure there are people that saw the benefits of that 4x4 last year and said we were really able to do some great things for not only students with disabilities, but students at the highest levels of achievement that provided that opportunity.
Well, and it's hard to see the benefits of the 4x4 last year because
no doubt.
AP classes run 4x4. I can tell you firsthand, it was not pleasant, and that's what's out there right now. So that's why I'm saying communication is so important.
No, I would agree. Last year, I would not compare to any scheduling model.
Can I just follow up real quick on the academic support part? Just talk a little bit, academic support classes for students who have an IEP.
Correct.
For an academic support class, just a little bit more on that.
Sure. As you know, IEP teams meet, they look at a student's accommodations and they drive the schedule in terms of what is on the student's goals and accommodations that are necessary and so on. So in several instances, a student needs a support block, working with their case manager and providing levels of support, whether it's remediation or just working on, in many cases, you hope they're working on their IEP goals. And that drives their schedule in many cases. We typically, I know when I was a principal at Salem High School, we very differentiated those schedules. What is their need and how will it work? In some instances, for example, coming out of middle school, they would take an academic support, get a lot of Math 8 support. Let's revisit some of those standards that maybe you're weak on to then prepare you to go into Algebra 1 rather than just saying we're going to enroll you in Algebra 1 knowing where your deficiencies lie. So that's an example where IEP teams come together and really try to differentiate a schedule that meets that student's needs. The 9th grade example in your packet, I think, is a great example for our 9th grade students that quite often don't access many of our centers and programs that are out there because of the scheduling limitations.
Right.
And on that example where they have a lab course involved, that could be, they could also then transition into a level of academic support. But having the access to additional electives, which many times they do not get because of those academic support blocks is huge to allow them to then say, I want to go to the tech center and study plumbing, but I don't have the prerequisites to get there in my 11th grade year. And that's a real tough conversation to have with a student as a principal and as an assistant principal to look at a student that has that desire and you know they're probably going to be pretty good at it and saying, however, you have to do these things first and it's not going to fit.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry to intervene.
Mrs. Melnick and then Ms. Owens.
Two, real quick. Academy and non-academy students who attend the governor's school. This all jives.
Correct.
Okay, I got the thumbs up behind you too. Okay, and even with our teacher shortage, you think teacher numbers are going to be lower?
I was wondering when you were going to ask that question, that with all that we had with staffing this evening. We did not look at this as a staffing standpoint, to be clear. This was done primarily around future-ready students. And this work was going on pre-pandemic.
Okay.
A straight 4x4 model, you could sit here confidently and say it would have a serious reduction in the staff we need to teach on a straight 4x4. This model, we're not confident in saying that because when you look at the number of offerings on an AB schedule, many of our students are involved in some level of that program. where there's advanced placement in JROTC. So we don't know the overall staffing impact it's going to have. I'm confident that it's not going to increase staffing needs.
So I hate to think of a million scenarios at 10 o'clock at night, but next week a student signs up for its 8 classes and they pick the one that they really don't want, but they were told they had to pick that 8th class, and it turns out that that's the one they have to take and the other one wasn't available. I mean, those are the things that I worry about, that a kid is going to get stuck with something they really don't want when what they really wanted was a study block. But
I think that reinforces Mrs. Manning's comment that Bobby Jamison needs to create a video.
Okay.
Because as
Okay.
he shared in his prep, those conversations are going to be ongoing with students around
Okay.
their course selections. And I think, again, Bobby should really do a lot of the talking because he's so passionate
Yeah,
about
that's fair.
because they have the conversations with kids often about what they cannot do.
right.
And what we're trying to eliminate is that conversation to go, you have to make a choice between 2 really good options, but we can't provide them both because the schedule as it's set up does not allow for it to occur.
Okay.
And I also want to go back to the importance of that strategic plan, which, as you know, not everybody reads it in depth. Our schools, principals, and counselors and so on really pay a lot of attention to what we're being tasked with doing.
Right.
And advanced coursework, work-based learning opportunities, post-secondary pursuits, academic and career plan are all clearly highlighted in that. And this schedule, we believe, provides that opportunity.
Okay, and with that, I yield to Miss Owens.
Great, thank you. We probably beat the dead horse of the study blocks because that was part of my question as well. Wanted to make sure that they will be offered. I have a question, I guess, about the scheduling with the 4x4 and the way kind of the beginning of the school year plays out, where we have the bulk of our holidays towards the beginning of the school year. Will it line up so that the timing works kind of exactly the same, that it lines up for where the semesters start and stop when we're doing a 4x4?
Yes, we currently have some classes on a 4x4 that match with our calendar. If you look at our calendar, at times it'll identify when certain things are required on the 4x4, such as progress reports, versus where it may lie on the AB schedule. To that point, though, Ms. Owens, we will continue to look at, and I know the calendar is still under review, how that does line up with our 9 weeks and our 4x4, but it will not be an issue.
Okay, great. And I guess kind of when I came into high school many moons ago, actually, I've only been out like 25 years, but I came in right when they were switching to the AB days. And so I was bombarded with, here's all the reasons why this AB schedule is going to be better than classes daily. And of course, that's when they had 7 classes, so it wasn't like quite an apples to apples comparison. But we were hearing, oh, it mimics college courses, and there's going to be more time for you to get grades back before you have to test so that you know how you're doing in those things. I know that was one of the things that was mentioned by a student and emails from teachers. Is there going to be time for them to really get grades back on the assignments that they're doing prior to getting to quizzes and tests on those assignments?
Yes, a couple things I'll share with you is it's interesting that you talk about your experience as a student when AB started. When I mentioned Prince Anne High School, 94, 95, that was my first year as a teacher at Princess Anne High School. And I recall during that time many teachers saying, we cannot teach in this model. There's no way we can keep kids' attention for 90 minutes. We get them every other day. They're going to lose the information because we don't see them every day. They have so many classes. So, what I'm hearing is not atypical. And I was a fresh-faced new teacher, and I didn't know any better, and it tended to work for me. To your other question, to what you heard, you always will hear questions and concerns about pacing and speed of classes. We met with the Superintendent Advisory Council a month or 2 ago, and what do we hear from our advanced students? It's moving too fast, I can't keep up, and it's on an AB schedule. As I stated earlier, when we went to that 4x4, we were moving extremely quickly. Our teachers did not receive the requisite training in that model that we would like to put in at this time for our students. or for our teachers, and that is a component that was on a slide, and it speaks, Ms. Manning, to your time frame, is why it's so compressed, is what Mr. Jamison shared, Department of Teaching and Learning ensuring that they're setting up their essential trainings for teachers. The one benefit we do have is they've already adjusted curriculum to a 4x4 because they did that last year. And they've already adjusted some of the assessments there. So we felt like, to a degree, in some of those 4x4 instances, we did have a pilot year and allows us to really identify where are the gaps that exist. But I believe, Ms. Manning, you brought it up, and the pacing last year was an extreme challenge for students to grasp on a Zoom call every other day on face-to-face. It was an extreme challenge that we more than are willing to acknowledge. It's just not an apples-to-apples comparison to what we're looking to put in place now.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that information. And yes, those were the years that started. The other thing, and obviously we can't predict where we're going to be, and I know we are all hoping that we are done with these quarantining and these sick days by then. But when we have this 4x4, having a student who's out 3 or 4 days sick, missing those classes back to back to back, certainly has a much bigger impact than what they would miss with the AB schedule, where they could be out 3 days, but maybe only missed 1 day of chemistry the way their AB schedule was set up. Obviously, that's not something we can foresee or plan for, but it's something that just kind of a consideration for me in the back of my mind. That is, I guess that really just, the other thing is the AP courses. Are those always going to, I guess, be block 3 and 4 so that they're able to, is that like the time that they fit? And is that the same time that the band courses would be scheduled?
No, ma'am, that was just an example.
Okay.
Sample schedule. We don't lock them into specific blocks every period. And if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Owens, if I can just address your concern about students being out ill for several days. Yes, they may miss that chemistry class for 3 days, but they have not missed 7 to 8 classes over that time period. So the return to work that they may need to complete is not spread out over all the other classes that they may also have on an AB schedule. So your point is accurate. That could be true, but you're also looking at cases where a student doesn't feel like they're behind in a significant amount of courses. They may be behind in 2 or 3 courses versus 6 or 7 or 8 courses. In many cases, in those 2 days, could be 7 assessments that they've missed versus 2. So there are opportunities on both sides that could, the 4x4 could mitigate some of the amount of work they have to complete or catch up on.
Okay, thank you. It gives good perspective to the pros and cons on either side. And this was definitely kind of the pushback and concerns that I remember from back in 94, 95, and it worked well for many, many years. So I have faith that this is kind of the next step in the evolution, as long as we're making sure we have good communication with our students and families. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Holtz follows me in the queue. queue. I actually want to, I had the professional development starred. That's one of my two. So do you have any sense right now, knowing what's on our teacher's plate, of when the timeline for that professional development and in terms of hours too, or we're not there yet with that level of detail?
We aren't there with that level of detail. I don't want to speak for Dr. Rogers' Department of Teaching and Learning, but essential sessions are typically offered throughout the summer for teachers and staff.
Well,
we wouldn't begin a lot of that.
Okay, that's what I was
discussion
hoping to
now.
hear, the summer.
Now,
If
the benefit
if that could be part of the communication, I think it would put a lot of teachers at ease.
As Dr. Rogers is coming up, the other benefit I think we had to what we went through in 2021 was curriculum coordinators did work with teachers to begin structuring what a 4x4 curriculum would look like as well. But obviously, we're going to need to have training around how do I teach 4x4 and AB. How do I manage that? That's going to have to be a key component.
And I did catch the point about curriculum was already quote unquote adjusted, and the COVID was essentially a pilot, loosely put, a
really
pilot
was.
year.
It really was. Good evening, Mrs. Ryan, school board members,
Hi.
and Dr. Spence. But absolutely to your point, relative to offering professional development to our staff, we had an entire year to practice what 4x4 could and would look like, and it had an entire year to offer professional learning and professional development for our teachers. If you'll remember, on Mondays when we had professional development for teachers, much of that time was spent in learning how to accommodate students as well as staff with that 4x4 block, which is where we learned some of the benefits and some of the opportunities for improvement for this coming school year. And we do have some coordinators that can absolutely speak to the modifications to curriculum and instruction relative to pacing, because that is a concern, and how we approach assessment, which is a little different from what we've normally done with the 8 a.m. B-Day schedule. I did come from a school division that did a hybrid 4x4 schedule, so I'm super familiar with what needs to take place relative to the pacing and adjustment, as well as the curriculum that needs to be changed. But what I will share with you relative to change is a little different, and what I can assure you that teachers certainly will accommodate, as well as with students, and it is a great benefit for those students who are accustomed to high-flying students, as well as those students who need some additional support. We will continue to offer those opportunities for students and, for teachers to have professional development so that they can be successful with the 4x4.
Okay, so you opened up the door to my second question for our math coordinator. If you could share with us, and I'll use as an example the core student for Algebra 1 and geometry, you know, that maybe doesn't have, and even frankly, some of our higher aptitude math students need more, but the student who needs more time to absorb that, a course like that, which is incremental, right? If you could just address that, and what additional supports would be in place for them.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, Chairperson Rye. So first of all, what's important is our everyday algebra and everyday geometry courses are still going to be there. So that AB opportunity to see algebra or geometry every day, all year, in an inclusion setting or a non-inclusion, that's not going anywhere.
Oh, that's
So
that's going to be
still- yeah, but
offered
if you want-
AB?
Not for our Algebra 1 and geometry students.
Well,
So-
okay, but you're the first one to share that tonight. Is that in
So if
fact
you
the
actually go
case?
back to our 9th grade example.
Did I miss that?
Yep.
Sorry.
So you can see there, first block A days is Algebra 1, first block B days is that lab. So we're not taking that extra amount of.
All right, so then that makes my question moot. In the same case with core geometry?
And same thing, so we do have an
Okay, no, I
everyday geometry
appreciate that.
opportunity. Now, what I'll also mention is our honors versions of those courses, we are looking at going 4x4 for that. And the reason for that, just to kind of give you a great example of kind of the opposite, let's say we have a kid in algebra, 9th grade Algebra 1 honors first semester. He knocks it out of the park. We're like, why weren't you in advanced classes in middle school? Right now, if that kid wanted to get to calculus, he has to go to summer school. He can't get back up to that advanced. Now we can say, hey, second term, do you have an opening? Let's put you in geometry right now as a 9th grader. Get you in there, and now you're in Algebra 2 trig as a 10th grader, you're getting to calculus and on your way. Or maybe we plan that 10th grade year to double up geometry and Algebra 2 trig. And now we've got you in that advanced and accelerated option.
And my concerns are much more mitigated with a higher aptitude math student who would take an honors level. So I'm very happy to hear that. Okay, because we want our kids to succeed in math in those foundational courses. So thank you. All right, Mrs. Holtz?
I'm looking around this board and I'm realizing just how things have changed so much. Miss Weems and I are the only ones that were on the board 12 years ago. We're all new. But I recall at the time when Dr. Merrill was here, there was an intensive study done on the 4x4. In fact, I still have my 4-inch loose leaf binder at home. And everybody was involved in it, the community, the teachers. And at that time, we were having a budget crisis, and that 4x4 schedule required fewer teachers. And that was one of the ways of resolving that. But the board turned it down. The board unanimously voted against it. But at that time, Princess Anne High was the only one that had a AB schedule. And they did make some changes. And I'm looking at this, trying to compare it to the changes that were made at that time, because I guess you mentioned that you had
last year you considered a pilot, so you have something to go on.
Loosely,
What's that?
loosely considered a pilot.
Right. It's not strictly a pilot, but if it's not for this virus, would we even be thinking about this?
Yes, and that to me is where I'm hoping we can separate COVID last year going to a 4x4. 21st century classrooms have been a discussion for 22 years.
Oh,
Right, I mean, once we turned to 2000, to the 2020, or 2000s, we said we're going to 21st century instruction. High school principals and teachers on many levels have been engaging in the conversation about how we use space and time. And that in many cases, with all the increased opportunities that we provided, the excitement we've had on new courses being approved, dual enrollment opportunities, you had Kempsville High School with so many students getting an associate's degree by the time they graduate because they're in that academy. All of those things are exciting, but they're limited to certain numbers of students that are in those programs. Others cannot access because of the AB schedule we're on. So this is not in reaction at all to COVID. I certainly remember those conversations around the 4x4, which was around budget. This was not designed for that. It has been a conversation amongst principals. I was a former principal, and in my role at Department of Teaching and Learning, and now in the current role, to say for us to execute what the community has put out around Compass 2025, we have to seriously look at our scheduling model and make adjustments to meet it. And that's where that has taken place. And that was well before 2018. I can go back to 2015 where we were always looking at that
it was
conversation.
like 2014, I think. But the thing that concerns me, I know you're working out the schedule. I'm not concerned about that. What I'm hearing from teachers, though, is that putting all that in the 4x4 class, cramming all that information into one session is great for AP kids. But for the average child, it's really difficult, particularly when you don't meet every day, because there are assignments that are given, and there's other work to do, and a lot of kids fall behind there. And I kind of agree with what I know about it. I kind of agree with that, and I'm sympathetic to teachers on that. So I know we talked about, remedies, and we talked about tutoring and all, but I think it's a problem that maybe we're not taking too seriously.
I will share with you, Ms. Holtz, we hear that same thing on the AB schedule. We've heard it from our students on the AB schedule. We hear it from our teachers on the AB schedule.
Well, that's what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's not a legitimate concern. I'm just sharing with you in other scheduling models. We hear that. It comes up often in calendar committee discussions. When AP teachers say, we have to cover all this material for a test in May, we don't have the time to do it. So that conversation goes on in any scheduling model. To the point we discussed earlier, professional learning and professional development is always a need to have teachers feel comfortable to slow the pace down and differentiate based on where their students are learning. I've heard Dr. Spence say this often in here and in meetings with us. We sometimes got to look at our power standards and make sure they're getting the essential skills before we are moving on to that depth. But I would share that's not unique just to one schedule or the other. That happens in all scheduling models for a variety of reasons. I mean, those of you on the board that taught SOL classes, your anxiety in many instances was, do I have enough time to cover all the material? And that was true on an AB schedule, and it's true on 4x4. And what we have to work on centrally and what principals have to do is ensure their teachers it's going to be okay. We can dial it back as we need to, and we're going to work on that training piece as well.
Well, I'm hoping that, I know once you get a schedule like this with the 4 years, especially for high schoolers, you can't start changing that. I mean, you got to follow through on it because of the way the classes are. But I'm hoping there's room to tweak this if there are some problems that we have to deal with. And this is not set in stone the way I'm looking at it right now.
As I shared in the presentation, our hope is that it's not set in stone because there's other areas where we think we need to open up additional opportunities for students in work-based learning, internships, externships, to get out in the workforce. You hear that again in many of the presentations around those partnerships that exist. So as I've shared every time in a presentation, this is not where we're saying we're going to come back 28 years later and look at a different scheduling model. We're going to see how we can do that. And Ms. Rye, I know we're getting late, but Ms. Turnbull Pallett is here from Salem High School. I think it may be interesting to get a principal's perspective on their interactions with teachers. Would you be okay with me?
Absolutely. Can we just have Mrs. Franklin's in the queue? So do you want to go ahead first or wait? Okay.
I just want to acknowledge that she's here and she can give you kind of a boots on the ground
Please.
perspective.
Okay. And welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, and board members. I wanted to share, I'm really excited about the flexible scheduling model. What it really boils down to is the beginning of Mr. Delaney's presentation about the high school redesign. We started these conversations a long time ago and the opportunities that we could provide our students if we could get these barriers of the schedule out of our way. For example, I have a cohort right now of 25 students that I can send out to an internship job shadowing site. They're working with the FACE department and assigning someone in my building to assist that. I have 4 white buses available to me, but I can't send these students out without them missing a class. While utilizing the flexible scheduling opportunities, it starts to free up the student's schedule so that we can look at those job-embedded opportunities for our students. We have so many resources across the division that we now have the time to go back and really finesse these schedules the way we didn't have before when we were thrust into an emergency schedule. I taught special education, and it's very near and dear to me. So recognizing the issues within that 4x4 schedule that didn't work for our students with disabilities, that didn't work for our students that were in some of our advanced programming classes. So with all of the feedback that we've been provided that didn't work, to match with what does work really well and the opportunities that will eventually provide our students, I believe strongly that this is the model for us to move into. I've started these conversations with my staff when we started high school redesign years ago. When we had to shut down in March, we formed our own committee within our building because we were excited about the conversations of high school redesign and what it could bring. And when we thought, okay, here's an opportunity, there's new things that could happen, let's get ahead of it. Let's bring some ideas of what scheduling might look like that would be better for our students, taking into account all the things that we've learned about technology, how we can partner with our other schools. I can connect with Kempsville High School if need be on one of these classes that alleviate some of the staffing needs. So I think we just have a lot of opportunities that work for our students. The scheduling piece right now, it's about collecting that information, and then we can go back and make sure that we create schedules that work for students based on what they need and what they want. It may not be perfect in the complete rollout, but we're going to do everything we can, like our staff always does, to make it work for our students. Hopefully that helps clarify and shows my passion for the flexible scheduling model. It's really just one component of the big picture of the high school redesign, and that's what really excites me, is what high school redesign affords our students when we get these barriers and some of these pieces in a working model for our students to be able to take advantage of that time. If I can answer any questions for you, I'd be happy to.
Well, why don't you go ahead, Mrs. Franklin? Thank you.
Well,
Ms.
actually, I'm going
Noel.
to tell you, everybody, the board, everybody has really clarified a lot of my questions. And I just want to say a huge round of applause to all of you who have put so much time and effort and planning into this. I'm sure that it just took so many hours and immense amount of time. And I'm so excited about this opportunity for the students and the teachers. I really do agree with Ms. Manning and others on the board who have said, you all really should put this all together on a video. Because I feel like after you gave this presentation, so many fears were alleviated. And I was excited about it already as well. But I just think that you had so many questions answered and fears alleviated. So I wish and hope that you would put that together. So it goes out there in a great positive way. Thank you. Good job, you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, and let me just mention this because it was one conversation I had with Mr. Delaney, that the teacher schedule, when we talked about less students, you can go back and see for yourselves, they would typically have 3 classes, and we're talking probably 90 students, Mr. Delaney. That was going back to your previous comment.
Yeah, it would be probably within 85 to 90 range, many instances less.
For that semester.
For that term.
So that explains that comment about less students at a given point in time. Okay, that's all. I just wanted to point that out. Yeah. All right, so this will be on as a consent item on January 25th. Yes, anything else from staff that you want to comment on before we conclude this? Okay, Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking of consent, we have our consent agenda for this evening, which I will read through. The following items, and we will go back and have the two resolutions read before we take motions, but the two resolutions are National Mentoring Month and Virginia School Principals Week. We also have item C, textbook adoption, Latin 1 through 5, which was presented last meeting, and the Policy Review Committee recommendations presented last meeting. 1, Policy 310, budget transfer of funds. D2, Policy 322, tuition fees. D3, Policy 328, reserve fund. D4, Policy 334, direct appropriation funds, individual schools. 5 is Policy 336, receiving, paying for goods and services. D6 is Policy 337, vendors, contractors, sale representatives. And D7 is Policy 339, competitive negotiations awards, procurement of professional architectural and engineering services. These all come under the administrative section of the policy manual. So with that, can we go back to 15A and have the first resolution read?
Certainly. As a 7-year mentor at Green Run Elementary School, I proudly read Resolution for National Mentoring Month, January 2022. Whereas January 2022 will mark the 20th anniversary of National Mentoring Month, an opportunity to focus attention on the need for mentors, as well as how each of us can work together to increase the number of mentors to help ensure positive outcomes for our young people. Whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools honors volunteer mentors who support young people by showing up for them every day and demonstrating their commitment to helping them thrive. And whereas mentoring programs make our communities and our school division stronger by driving impactful relationships that increase social capital for young people and provide invaluable support networks for adults. And whereas during this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, mentoring programs have looked differently, and we continue to look for opportunities to connect with young people and families as to ensure that physical distancing does not mean social disconnection. And whereas mentoring plays a pivotal role in career exploration and supports workplace skills by helping young people set career goals, equipping mentors with the skills needed to support the professional growth of young people, and drives positive outcomes for young people and businesses. And whereas the annual African American Male Summit on January 8, 2022, hosted by Salem High School, is an example of mentorship that promotes healthy relationships and communication, positive self-esteem, emotional well-being, and growth of our young men and their relationships with adults, both in our division and throughout the community. And now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of January 2022 as National Mentoring Month, and be it further resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach encourages citizens to celebrate, elevate, and encourage mentoring across Virginia Beach City Public Schools. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Thank you, Mrs. Melnick. The second resolution is Virginia School Principals Week.
Resolution to recognize the Virginia School Principals Appreciation Week. Whereas school principals work cooperatively to direct, develop, and inspire all members of the school staff and student body, and to communicate effectively with parents to engage them in the learning process, and whereas principals serve as educational leaders responsible for managing the policies, regulations, and procedures necessary to ensure a safe and effective learning environment for all students in Virginia's public and private schools, and whereas principals and teachers are entrusted with the opportunity and the responsibility of guiding, directing, nurturing, mentoring, and imparting knowledge to our children while they are at school, and whereas principals must work collaboratively with teachers, staff, students, parents, and the community at large to proactively prepare students to be safe, reliant, self-reliant, and productive citizens, and whereas Virginia School Principals Appreciation Week is an opportunity to recognize the hard work of Virginia school principals and to recognize the importance of principals in ensuring that every child has access to a quality education. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach recognizes January 8th through 14th, 2022 as Virginia School Principals Appreciation Week, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Thank you, Mrs. Riggs. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Mrs. Holtz and a second, Mrs. Franklin. Okay, all in favor, kindly show a raised hand.
Mrs. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the motion was unanimously approved.
Thank you. Our single action item of the evening is the personnel report and administrative appointments. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Mrs. Anderson, second, Mrs. Melnick. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please show a raised hand.
And I vote yes.
Yes. Madam Chair, the motion was approved unanimously.
Thank you. Dr. Spence?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased this evening to introduce you all to Jason Henson. Mr. Henson has worked in Virginia Beach. He began as a substitute. He was a physical education assistant across a number of our schools, has been a teacher at Glenwood Elementary School since 2015. Most recently has been serving as an administrative assistant at Glenwood Elementary School. And we're very pleased this evening you've accepted our recommendation for him to serve as the next assistant principal at Kings Grant Elementary School. So congratulations to Mr. Henson. And that is it.
Substitutes, take note. Oh. What does TCC say? Pathway to many. From here you can go, from substitute teaching, you can go anywhere. And here we are with the assistant principal. Wonderful. All right, committee organization board reports. Who would like to start? It's the first of the year, so I don't know if there's anything.
I will just announce, since the Green Run Collegiate Gala has been moved to April 2nd. So anyone that was planning on going this month, please take note. That we'll see you on April 2nd. Yes, if anyone, we always are. I sponsored a table and will gladly give my colleagues tickets for that night. But anybody else that would like to sponsor, please let me know.
Okay, Mrs. Riggs?
And the Sister Cities is still, monitoring the situation with COVID and just how it's going to be going with deciding on the Youth Ambassador Gala this year again. So I will keep you up to date as we go forward.
Okay, Mrs. Felton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that the PPMC did meet on the 4th of January, and out of that meeting came some of what you heard this evening concerning the compensation study. And again, I cannot thank my colleagues for your immediate response to that as well. I also like to inform you that on January the 24th, I'll be in Richmond with the VSBA meeting with some of our delegates during that time, and I will give you further information as we get closer to that time. But I will be in Richmond on the 24th and 25th, meeting with some of our newly appointed delegates to the General Assembly. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, then. We are now ready to read into closed session.
And Madam Chair, there's a correction to
Yes,
that.
please.
appointment in Richmond. I will be meeting with the delegates and I will be representing 132 other schools, not just the city of Virginia Beach, not just our school, but I'll be the representative for 132 schools. Thank you.
Okay. And then we'll determine too about a short break, but did you do the reading first and then we break? Because we're still on camera. We have- And
I move that the school board recess into closed session in accordance with the exemptions to open meetings law set forth in Code of Virginia 2.2-3711, paragraph A, paragraph 7 and 8 as amended. A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purposes of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe it will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. And A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter, namely to discuss pending or probable litigation matters, status of outside counsel retention, and election district case.
Okay, a second. Mrs. Franklin, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Mrs. Rye, we have 10 to 1, one being Mrs. Zoom. Oh, okay. So it's unanimous 10-0.
Okay, so the motion is approved. So we will now convert to
closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. I need a motion.
Mrs. Franklin, and a second, Mrs. Anderson. All in favor of raised hand, all approve of raised hand.
Madam Chair, the motion was approved unanimously.
Okay. All right, thank you. Safe travels home, everybody.